Welcome to the General Affairs Committee. My name is John Lowe and I'm chairman of this committee. Our hearing today is your public part of the legislative process. This is your opportunity to express your thoughts and opinions on proposed legislation before us today. Committee members might come and go, or they may be here late. During the hearing, this is just part of the process. They have bills to introduce and other committees on occasion. The order of bills has been posted outside the hearing room. With this, we'll first have our appointments come up first today. I ask you to abide by the following procedures to facilitate today's meeting. Please silence or turn off all cell phones or electronic devices. All right, I'm good. Please move to the reserved chairs in front row as you prepare to testify. So please move forward as your turn is approaching. The introducing senator will make his introduction remarks, followed by the proponents and opponents to those and then those in the neutral. Closing remarks will be reserved for the introducing senator of the bill. If you are planning to testify today, please pick up one of the green sheets on either side of the rooms on the table in the back. Please fill these out ahead of time as you come up to sit down to testify. Please hand it to the committee clerk on the left side of our table here. My left, your right. Please make sure to print clearly your name and phone number so we can report accurately who testified today. And this will be the way that the transcribers will contact you if they need any verification, if they need to. So please print clearly. If you do not want to testify but wish to report that you were here, there are white sheets on the table and you can fill those out and it will go into the official record that you were here, and it indicates whether you are a proponent, opponent, or in the neutral. If you have handouts, we ask that you bring 10 for the committee and hand them to one of the pages so they can be distributed to the committee. If you do not have 10 copies, please let the pages know and they will try to facilitate the copies. When you come up to testify, please speak clearly into the microphones. We are going, and please state your name, then spell your whole first and last name. Again, this is so it can be recorded correctly. We'll be using the light system today. We'll be going on a 3-minute time limit. You'll be given 2 minutes for the green light, 1 minute on the yellow. And when the light turns red, we ask you to briefly in your testimony. And it's underlined briefly in my notes here. No displays of support or opposition for a bill, vocal or otherwise, will be allowed. The committee's members with us today will introduce themselves, starting on my right with Senator Brewer.
John Brewer, District 43, 11 counties, Western Nebraska.
John Kavanaugh, District 9, Midtown Omaha.
Good afternoon, Jen Day, Legislative District 49 in Sarpy County.
Jana Hughes, District 24, Seward, York, Polk, and a little bit of Butler County.
Rick Holcroft, District 36, West and South Sarpy County.
Lori Holman is our committee counsel, and Ben Earnhardt is our committee clerk. Our pages today are Ethan and Luke. If you guys want to stand up and introduce yourselves and say what you're majoring in.
Sure. I'm Ethan. I'm a poli-sci and a philosophy major. I'm Luke, political science and economics.
All right. First, we're going to call up Brian Botsford with the Nebraska Arts Council. Brian, how are you today?
Good.
Good.
I'm flattered so many people showed up for me.
Who's
Popular
in
guy.
favor?
Well, at least I'm important.
Thank you, and please proceed.
Do I need to say my name? Is that
Yes.
Brian Botsford, BRIAN BOTSFORD.
Okay.
I'm here to, I was asked and approached by the Nebraska Arts Council to be a board member, and I'm here to submit myself as a candidate to be a member of the board of directors for the Nebraska Arts Council. I have worked as an educator in the arts for 23 years. I've been teaching instrumental and vocal music, currently in Lexington, Nebraska, 11 years there. 11 years at Bishop Newman High School in Wahoo, and then 1 year in Superior. And in 2009, I think we've had officially 12 seasons. In 2009, we started Crane River Theater Company out in Kearney, and that's been my introduction to what you might think of as more professional arts in the state of Nebraska. We've been operating 12 seasons of professional theater through central Nebraska, and now I'm excited about the opportunity to work with the Arts Council.
Thank you, Brian. Are there any questions? Yes, Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Chairman Lowe. Thank you, Mr. Botsford, for being here and for your willingness to serve. I appreciate pointing out, I would like to ask how folks came to apply, and so they reached out to you. So have you worked with the Arts Council?
Through Crane River Theater mostly. We have another small organization in Kearney called the Platte River Singers, and I helped write a few grants through the Arts Council that way. But most of my experience came from Crane River. We received quite a bit of money over the past few years, so I got a real idea of what the Arts Council is able to do for organizations.
And do you have any, I guess, constructive criticisms, things you would change about how the Arts Council does that process?
Actually, no. I thought from the very beginning, as with any time you're getting money from government organizations, there are all kinds of hoops to jump through, paperwork to fill out, and all kinds of confusion. One phone call, and they were instantly helpful to figure out how to make all that happen. So I think they do a great job.
That's good to hear. Sorry. I had another question now. I'm blanking on it. So, I know. You've worked with them before. Obviously, you understand that they're a granting agency. Do you serve a specific purpose? Is there like a geographic breakdown of the?
When they spoke to me, they were interested in finding somebody in outstate Nebraska, and they spoke that they hadn't had a person from Kearney for years and years, and there's just an awful lot that's going on in the city of Kearney regarding the arts, and so they were excited about the chance to maybe find somebody in that community.
So having somebody from that community kind of helps connect the two, make that connection between
Yeah.
the local arts community.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Any other questions? Brian, can you tell us a little bit about Crane River Theater?
Sure, I wrote some notes just in case you asked. It's been a really great example about how successful the arts can be in Nebraska. Kearney is a city of, let's say 30,000, isn't that about right? 30. And in the last 12 seasons, we have had 170,596 audience members to come to Crane River shows over 12 seasons. And we have, just to hit you with numbers, 31,000 individual student opportunities to receive arts education through our programs. So, and we currently, just to give an example of what the Arts Council can do, our Crane River budget, the most recent numbers that I have that are trustworthy, 2021 season, our annual budget for Crane River was $600,000 that we spent. And of that, 18,000 came from the Arts Council, which is just a way to show that a very small portion of our budget comes from that pool of money. But having that stamp of approval from the organization like Nebraska Arts Council makes it really easy for us to find extra funding and for us to show that we're a worthy organization that other people can fund. That's sort of the power the Arts Council can have as it helps arts organizations across the state. It's not only just the dollars and cents, but the amount of money that they can invest in an organization gets paid back many times over just from the stamp of approval from the council. And that's been a huge help for Crane River.
Can you explain the Yanni Park audience and what
Sure.
it looks like to the art?
Yanni Park in Kearney has an outdoor amphitheater. Excuse me. And we started several years ago. The very first show we produced, You're a Good Man, Charlie Brown, back in 2000, I think it was 10 or 11, we offered a free production to the city of Kearney. And for several years in a row, we continued with a free production until it just came to the point we could no longer make it free. And we started to charge as little as $5 is what we charge for people to come, because we want the whole community to be able to enjoy the arts. And at this point, we've had shows. The year that we did The Wizard of Oz, we had 12,000 people come over 9 performances to come see The Wizard of Oz. And we do an informal poll. It's an outdoor show. It's in the middle of the summertime. It's very hot. It's sweaty. We don't have people fill out paperwork. We do an informal poll with a show of hands and a cheer from the crowd. How many people are from in town and how many people are from out of town? And we draw about 50% from outside the city, which means we're bringing in tourism to the community, local tourism, but still tourism dollars to the community. So it's been a real benefit to the local arts, and it's been a benefit to the local economy. It's just really a great thing that the city is supporting. And when I say that we're a professional company, we actually do hire artists. We hire actors and designers and things. We've had, I think, 35 different states that people have come to. And what did I say? 183 artists we've hired from outside of Nebraska to come in. And they've gone on and been in movies and television, and that's kind of a fun thing. That's just, so I know we're not here to talk about Crane River, but it's a really great example of what is possible for the arts in Nebraska outside of. There's no surprise when you see the Omaha Symphony and they have a huge following. And there's no surprise when you see the Lead Center in Lincoln that does so well. But you go out to a small place in the middle of Nebraska like Kearney, and we've got something really thriving. And that's what the Arts Council can help do all over the state of Nebraska.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none? Thank you, Brian. Appreciate you coming down today. And that ends our hearing, Brian. And
Am I free to go?
yeah, yes, you're free to go.
Thank you.
So I guess we'll ask for proponents for Brian Botsford. Seeing none. Are there opponents? What's good for you? Is there anybody in the neutral? Seeing none? Thank you very much, Brian. I see 2 Girl Scouts sitting in the front row. Are there any more Girl Scouts here today?
Yes, there's a group of around 12 around.
Well, welcome, and thank you for coming to our committee, the best committee, by the way. We'll now go to Trent Loos, and Trent is on the State Racing and Gaming Commission, and he is a governor appointee. Trent?
Thank you, Senator. Upstaged by the Girl Scouts. That's a good place to be.
Sorry.
My name is Trent Loos, Trent Loos. And I really do look forward to this opportunity to visit with you. And I've been anxious to have this day for quite some time. I'll just give a little bit of a background on why I'm here. I'm a 6th generation United States livestock producer. I've actually calculated this because many animal rights people want to take me to task. I've daily care for 1 million animals in my lifetime. And I'm actually only 56 years old. But I say that because it gives some scope into the number of animals that I've cared for on a regular basis. And 23 years ago, my wife Kelly and I were ranching on the Rosebud Reservation in South Dakota. And we were running cattle. We were involved with some pigs, and pigs owned by the Rosebud Sioux tribe, in fact. And there continued to be an onslaught of individuals who would come, particularly from the animal rights community, and talk about the dangers of owning livestock, the dangers of taking care of these livestock, and why we needed to get rid of livestock, period. Because of that attack on animal agriculture, I decided that because as I spend more time on the road, we do not hire anybody. My wife takes care of what we have at home today in Sherman County, Nebraska, just by hazard. So we made the decision to get involved in educating the consumer about who, where, and how is producing their food. And my wife Kelly is 5th generation from Sherman County. Her roots go back very similar to mine in terms of her involvement in animal agriculture. So I started doing radio, worked into media, all with the intent of educating people about the purpose and the real reason of animal agriculture. And at every turn, there would be an animal rights contingency, which was very well funded. It would be a challenge. Kelly and I moved to Sherman County, where her parents currently still live, where she grew up, in 2002. And I recognized there were 2 things that I wanted to continue in Sherman County and focus on. And that is, number one, I spent 6 years working hand in hand with Governor Ricketts, trying to fix a property tax problem that we have in Nebraska. Personally, our property tax has gone up 230% since 2010. I don't need to tell you the rest of that story. You know the rest of that story. But I also saw the need for community and a stronger community. And I'm very passionate about animal agriculture, and I started to research. I actually read the Great Plains Encyclopedia. If you've not read that, it's right here based in Lincoln. And you know, there was a common denominator in that Great Plains Encyclopedia, what built our communities to be as strong as they are. And that common denominator was every Sunday afternoon, there'd be a horse race, just down Main Street, whatever the case may be. And it was that camaraderie that brought everybody together. And as we go forward in 2023 and beyond, it's pretty clear that we need the same type of camaraderie and community to come back. So from a property tax standpoint and from a community camaraderie and the animal rights attack that's currently taking place with the HISA Act, I look forward to the opportunity to be a part of the Racing and Gaming Commission. That was briefly right after it went red.
Yeah, I didn't turn off the red light so you could continue on with your comments. So I appreciate that, Trent. Are there any questions? Yes, Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for coming in and putting yourself up for this position. What do you see as the biggest challenge and biggest opportunity for racing and gaming then here in Nebraska?
So I briefly alluded to the greatest challenge from the horse racing standpoint, and that is federal regulation that will the racetracks will incur $72 million of additional regulation from the Horse Racing Integrity Safety Act, which was an unnecessary provision added to the omnibus bill in December 2020 and December 2022. Once ruled unconstitutional by the 5th Circuit Court, the 6th Circuit Court said it was constitutional, so that's headed for Supreme Court. But the challenge is what's going to happen to these racetracks outside of the 3 big ones as they try to get to where we see that there could be a Supreme Court ruling. So, and here's the thing about this, Senator, is that I talk about $72 million. These racetracks are already doing what this HISA Act says they should be doing. But they're going to have to spend $72 million to do what they were already doing at a cost which in some cases triples because the USDA says they're going to have their veterinarians come in and do the work that will triple the cost for the track. I've been to Fauner Park the last 2 Saturdays. I've mingled with the people. I see the camaraderie that I was talking about earlier. You know, the most important thing I see when I'm at Fauner Park or any of the racetracks we have, Fauner season's going on now, is all of the parents that bring their kids and how that inspires us to come back to the community. And the other thing that I didn't mention in my time slot, because the yellow light, is that at every step in my animal agricultural career, I've been involved with genetics. And there's something tremendously inspiring about identifying genetics that make horses faster, give them more stamina, whatever the case may be. That's from the horse racing side. From the casino side, you know, we know we have a track record. We see what has happened at Warhorse in Lincoln. They've got off to a great start in Fauner Park with the casino, which opened with the grand opening 2 days or Tuesday after Christmas. The question will be, and the results all look fantastic. The question will be, how many casinos can the state of Nebraska efficiently handle? And that falls upon the commission to make that determination. 74% of the Nebraska citizens in this election, general election of 2020, said, we want racing and gaming to expand in Nebraska. As a commissioner, I see it upon myself, as the rest of my commissioners, to make sure that these applicants follow the statutes and yet follow the will of the people of Nebraska who said, we want this expansion for the purposes of horse racing and for the purposes of property tax reduction, which I see both of those being vitally important to the future of our state.
So then that kind of leads me to, what are your thoughts regarding the socioeconomic study that right now is required before we would expand any by 2025? Or have you even given thought to that?
I have not given a lot of thought to that.
Okay.
But what I would say is that to follow up on what I mentioned before, if an applicant meets the statute and says what they have to accomplish in order to be a legal gaming entity, we have to make a determination on when that saturation point is. I don't honestly have enough information to answer that question now.
Okay.
To be honest, I'm quite perplexed at the number of people that are willing to wager, period. But I've made a career out of wagering because I've wagered against Mother Nature and agriculture since I was born.
All right, thank you. Thanks for coming.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hughes. Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Chairman Lowe. Thank you, Mr. Loos. Is it Loos?
Loose, on the loose.
On the loose, got it. Thank you for being here and your willingness to serve. So just first kind of general question, when did you get appointed to the commission?
Governor Ricketts asked me last summer after the official language was put forth and the new statute that came out.
Okay, so, and that was kind of my second question is, did you seek out appointment or somebody asked you to apply? So the governor.
I did not seek out appointment. The appointment came about because, as I mentioned previously, I've worked hand in hand with the governor for 6 years on the property tax relief bill. I sat in this chair every year for 6 years asking for property tax relief. And I saw, and I learned through that 6 years that the true property tax relief comes back in Sherman County or Seward County, whatever county it is, Sarpy County, where you come from, not necessarily in the state of Lincoln. But what we can do to piecemeal and get some relief to the landowners is vitally important.
Okay, well, to put a point on my question though, Governor Rick has asked you to apply.
Correct.
Okay. And do you serve a specific, some commissions like have a geographic distinction? Are you filling a specific spot on the Racing and Gaming Commission?
I'm filling the expansion slot of the ballot initiative as I understand it.
So would that be a at-large spot then statewide, not by congressional district?
The executive director is in the room. May I ask him?
Well, we can ask him later,
Okay.
but don't need to I'm not meaning to put you on the spot.
Yeah.
These are just kind of general questions.
I
I'm trying to
serve
ask.
the District of Nebraska to the best of my knowledge.
Well, from my reading of the statute, there's some spots that are by congressional district and some spots by at-large, and so I'm just trying to
I
figure out.
can tell you in my appointment to the Capitol Commission, where we authorized $135 million for better air and heating in this building, I served the 3rd District on the Capitol Commission, and I've probably done so for the past 3 years.
Okay. And do you know if you serve to fill a specific spot for a political party?
I'm a registered independent, if that's the question.
Well, it sort of is, I guess. But you ran in the Republican primary last year?
I ran as, correct, I was an independent. Teresa Thibodeau was somewhat persuasive in getting me to switch my party to Republican. Immediately after the primary, I switched my affiliation back to independent.
Okay, so you were an independent, but
Before the primary, correct.
Okay. That was kind of what I was trying to
Yep.
question there. I got other questions, but I don't have to. Do other questions?
Go ahead.
Oh, all right, great. So kind of changing tack. So you've been on the board, I think, if I remember, since September or October.
Correct.
All right. And you talked about the federal regulation. Sounds like you've got a disagreement with that federal regulation.
I do.
Okay. So in your capacity on the board, though, it would be to facilitate our interaction with that federal regulation. Is that right?
Our capacity on the commission would be to gather the amount of information needed to empower our member tracks to make the best decisions possible. Best decisions for the trainers, the best decisions for the horses, and the best decisions for the people of the state of Nebraska.
But those decisions, if they find themselves afoul of federal law, wouldn't that cause them a problem?
Correct.
Okay.
I did not say that we would inspire someone or motivate them to go outside of the federal law. The current situation is that it's like a hijacking. If you don't follow these regulations, federal government doesn't care. You simply can't export your simulcast outside of the state of Nebraska, which the intent is to put financial harm in the racetrack's future. Because there is an intended effort, as I mentioned earlier, to eliminate animal ownership from individuals, period. And that's what I've been fighting for 23 years.
I guess I'm having a little trouble following that. So you're saying that there's a federal law that's trying to prevent private ownership of animals?
No, that's not what I said.
Okay.
There is a movement, and has been for my tenure, 23 years in media, to take on the animal rights community, which is very well funded. Many out-of-state, out-of-country dollars come in to try to create a path to where people cannot own animals. That is not the HISA Act itself. The HISA Act has parameters for how we have to test for doping, how we have to do all of these things in terms of the whip and how often you can use the whip. That is indeed motivated by the same people who do not want us to own animals. Does that make sense?
I mean, I guess I understand what you're saying. And so the Racing and Gaming Commission is a board that we established in the state of Nebraska to facilitate racing and gaming in the state of Nebraska. Are you, I guess, would your approach to serving on that board be in some way informed by this belief that people are trying to eliminate private ownership of animals?
That definitely the selection of asking me to be a part of that is that I understand animal care. And I understand that in many cases, what they're demanding, I can give you an example that seems like it's not related, but it is related totally, if you have the time for me to do that. In 2008, I was asked to go to the state of California because California in 2008 had a proposition in front of their entire population, which on the ballot initiative, which was called Proposition 2. Proposition 2, inspired by the animal rights community, said that chickens need to have more space in their cages. It didn't say how much more, it just said chickens need to have more space in their cages. They overwhelmingly passed that. There's a lot of things involved in that I'll just cut you to the chase. Ultimately, what happened as a result of that was that now California says you have to have cage-free eggs. The cost of eggs in California last week was $7.77 a dozen because of an unintended consequence of what happened in 2008. And now I don't probably need to tell anybody here who's been in the grocery store what's going on with the cost of eggs. And it all started in one situation in one state in California, which seems like it had nothing to do with Nebraska, but it's affecting all of us. Because we had a bunch of people sitting in a cubicle thinking they could design an animal welfare program better than the people who actually own and depend on the chickens to do it. My role in the commission is to make sure that we keep the animal's best interest in mind with the people who are closest to the owners and the trainers and the people who have the most at stake if that horse is not in the proper condition. So as strange as it is, I believe that we can explain what's important in the future of horse racing through how much space a chicken has in a cage. The moral of the story is the expert in animal care is the person who's closest to the animal.
Okay. But the Racing and Gaming Commission does have the obligation to set up regulations for how we treat those animals.
Correct.
Okay. Even though the Racing
But we don't necessarily need to comply with the federal law if we don't see that. The HISA Act is optional at this point. And if we see that it's not to the best interest of the horses or the tracks, there's no reason for us to tell them to do that. Again, the commission's role would be to acquire as much information as possible, which is why I spent 4 days last week in New Orleans at a national meeting about the impacts of this HISA Act if it were to go into place.
So it hasn't gone into effect yet?
Well, March 27th is a magical day.
Okay, but it's been passed by Congress and signed by the president?
No.
Oh, it hasn't?
Well, yes, that's a true story. It was added twice. March of 2020, the HISA Act was added, December of 2020, the omnibus bill, the HISA Act was added by Mitch McConnell as a last minute detail with no funding whatsoever. The Fifth Circuit Court in Texas in September of last fall ruled that that was unconstitutional. As a result of that court ruling in the Fifth Circuit, Mitch McConnell, once again, attaches a HISA Act, changed one word, and it came out in the omnibus bill December 2022. That there was a ruling on that particular wording to come as constitutional by the Sixth Circuit Court just 2 weeks ago. So basically what's happening is we have attorneys angling at getting this in front of the Supreme Court, which we all know that will not be immediate. Best case scenario in my mind would be 2 years. And what's the carnage going to be to the individuals, the industry, and the people that have built horse racing to where it is? And the entire nation right now is looking to Nebraska to be the shining example of what could happen, bringing horse racing to the forefront once again, building these communities. I keep coming back to that's my passion about where horse racing stands. If you've been at Fonder Park and you see these parents, you see the people sitting in a glass suite are cheering and trying to give encouragement to a horse and rider. They're never going to hear them. But we're at a time when we need something to turn to that we can look at just pure enjoyment and go to somewhere and teach kids about horse racing, about taking care of an animal. And that doesn't happen in Washington, D.C. It happens in Fonder Park. It happens in Lincoln. It happens in Omaha. It happens in Hastings, wherever those tracks may be.
I think we can agree about that at least. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kelly. Are there any other questions?
If nobody else has another question, I've got more.
All right, Senator Kelly.
Is that all right? Thank you.
It'll
Thank
be a
you,
long
Chair.
night.
Where's his red light?
Hey,
I'm just kidding.
I
I
get
welcome
shut
these
down plenty,
questions,
don't
Senator,
worry.
because so many times the legend is bigger than the fact. And that's what I'm here for, is to make sure everybody has every question answered that may be of concern.
Well, I guess I'll ask the one that I guess people have a concern. You've had a previous record in conviction, right? You had a criminal conviction?
I pled no contest to a misdemeanor for hauling a cow from the state of South Dakota to Custer County when in 2001, when Kelly and I were living in South Dakota, we entered a partnership with a gentleman in Custer County, Nebraska.
Okay.
And I hauled a cow to him. We did not sell the cow. It was a partnership cow. We were splitting the calf. I made a vital mistake. There's a brand law in this state. And when you haul a cow across state lines, you're supposed to get a brand inspection and have another document piece of paper that says you own this cow. Here's my exact thought. And I'd be willing to say every rancher's done this throughout their entire life. It's just one cow. What difference does it make? I hauled one cow to Custer County, did not get a brand inspection. It came under scrutiny a year later. And on August the 21st, 2002, I pled no contest to misdemeanor to that brand violation because I knew I did the wrong thing and I could have beat it in court. I honestly believe that. And I remember the exact day because our middle daughter was born August 22nd, 2002. And to be honest with you, I just wanted to get this behind me and say, we screwed up. We did not have the proper wait a minute, time out. I did not disimplicate my wife in that situation. She was not involved. I screwed up. I did not get a brand paper. It's a mistake I've not made since.
I appreciate that, and thank you for that clarification. I guess my thought as it pertains to this, there's some folks who in the racing gaming industry, if you have a criminal record that can prevent you from getting a license and working in one of these facilities, I guess does that inform kind of your experience, inform that kind of approach towards issuing of these licenses, or maybe how we restrict who can participate?
If you are asking me, do I believe because I made a mistake and had to pay the price that I make a better commissioner, I would say absolutely. I think that's the value that I bring to the commission, is that I bring the everyday world experiences of what it's like to be a citizen of the state, to be a taxpayer, but also to be a livestock producer and a business owner. And making a mistake one day will haunt you forever, whether you're running as lieutenant governor or sitting in front of a Senate commission hearing.
Well, I appreciate that answer. Thank you.
Thank
I'm
you,
actually
Senator
glad we
Kavanaugh.
didn't red light him. That one needed to come to the forefront.
I was hoping that would. So thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Are there any other questions? Mr. Loos, thank you for coming down and testifying today. We all enjoyed it. I've heard your voice on the radio. Can you tell me about your radio program or programs that you do?
How late are these people going to be here?
Shortened version.
In 2001, I started Loose Tales, which is a daily look at the people and places in rural America, talking about food production as a means of national security. Today, Loose Tales is on the radio in 23 states, 100 radio stations, including Kearney, Nebraska. And I also do 3 other radio programs every day and 2 television programs, and write a column once a week. I have about 3 million, estimated 3 million United States listening audience.
And the topics of your programs, they're all about animals and agriculture. Is that correct?
The topics of my programs are about the lifestyles of the people who are involved in agriculture and why agriculture and energy are vitally important to our nation's domestic security.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other questions,
Thank you,
thank
Senators.
you. Are there proponents?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Chairman. Lynn McNally, LYNNE, capital MC, capital NALLY, appearing on behalf of the Nebraska HBPA in support of Mr. Loos's appointment. He was appointed last fall and has attended and voted at every hearing since then. We do not always agree philosophically about the direction of certain issues, but I respect him very much. And I think that he acts in the best interests of horse racing. When we wrote the language for the initiatives that were on the ballot in 2020, we had the original 5 commissioners and we added 2 positions, one that has gaming experience and one that has horse racing experience. The original language said horse racing experience and a member of the representative horsemen's group for the state. That was a problem because the representative horsemen's group also has an interest in 2 licenses in the state. So that language was changed to just an interest in horse racing. He is the representative that fills that seat for the interest in horse racing. Also, that position had to have been either a Democrat or independent because there are 4 Republicans on the committee already. So you have to have the balance or it doesn't work. I will say that I have a key license. I also have a racing license. The key license is the highest level of individual license you can get, and it requires full disclosure of all offenses, misdemeanors, or felonies. So it's sort of a joke at the racetrack. Each and every year when I apply for my racing license, which I got this year, I have a misdemeanor conviction for an alcohol-related offense, minor in possession of alcohol in 1987. I am 54 years old and I have to list it every year. It's required. So that's how deep of a dive they go in the various offenses that you have to comply with. As to HISA, the Nebraska HBPA is the plaintiff in 2 separate federal lawsuits, one in the 5th Circuit, one in the 7th Circuit. We were successful in both circuits. As Mr. Loos stated, the 6th Circuit decided a different issue differently. The Nebraska Attorney General is also a party to those lawsuits on behalf of the Nebraska Racing and Gaming Commission. They have objected. This is a $72 million unfunded mandate that the feds imposed in the omnibus COVID bill in December of 2020. That's how they got it through. They could not pass it on its own merits. The executive director of that organization allegedly makes $1.2 million, but no one will tell us for sure. A lot of problems with it. So if I can answer any question.
Thank you, Ms. McNally. Are there any questions? Seeing none? Thank you
Thanks.
very much. Are there other proponents? Seeing none. Opponents? Are there any opponents? Seeing none. Anybody in the neutral?
Good afternoon, Senators. My name is Patrick Peterson, P-A-T-R-I-C-K, P-E-T-E-R-S-O-N. And I'm testifying today on behalf of the Nebraska Freedom Coalition, which represents thousands of patriotic Nebraskans across the state. Appreciate Mr. Loos's testimony today. Appreciate him highlighting how important horse racing is in this state. Many times throughout his testimony, Mr. Loos was exclaiming how often and how long he has worked with previous Governor Pete Ricketts. Now, I wasn't planning on testifying today, but I just thought it was so funny that one of the points he brought up was the fact that they worked on property taxes. Obviously, that's still a debilitating issue here in Nebraska, and to have worked with the governor for 6 years on that and to not be in any better spot than, I guess, when they started is just quite interesting. Also wanted to present that a source of ours let us know that former Governor Ricketts appointed Loos to the board to be able to watch where the money is going. Our same source did the initial work for 30 by 30. And unfortunately, at that time, our source made the mistake of cutting Mr. Loos in on that work. And after it was all said and done, Governor Ricketts, it was basically sold to him, and he was able to take credit for that. Last thing I'd bring up, a couple of sources here in the Argus Leader, in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. South Dakota rancher accused of Nebraska cattle fraud. Trent Loos, North South Dakota, was charged in Nebraska with selling cattle without a bill of sale and selling cattle without a brand inspection. Joe Kafka with the Associated Press also wrote a similar article. And so, again, just wanted to testify in a neutral capacity because I think it's funny how so many people who are associated with former Governor Pete Ricketts are always caught up in controversy in one way or another. We see that time and time again historically, and we're seeing it play out today as well. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Are there any questions? Seeing none? Oh, wait, Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Peterson, for being here. So just, I guess, to clarify, you are neutral, so you're not opposing the appointment, but you do think he's too close to former Governor Ricketts, is that?
I just wanted to present the facts as is. Again, I am neutral on the appointment, but I think it's important for people to have all of the information so that they can make those decisions for themselves.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Seeing none? Thank you. Is there anyone else in the neutral? Okay. Yeah, please fill out the green sheet. Anybody else in the neutral? Seeing none? Mr. Loos, thank you very much for coming and testifying today. We will now move on to LB 375, and I will turn the committee over to the Vice Chair, Senator Hughes. Thank you.
We're gonna drill you. All right. Welcome, Senator Lowe. We'll begin the hearing for LB 375.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hughes and the General Affairs Committee. My name is John Lowe, that's John-Lowe, and I am the chairman of this committee. Are here? That's the wrong one. There we go. My name is John Lowe, that's John-Lowe, and I represent District 37, which was made up of Kearney, Gibbon, and Shelton. LB 375 would allow a bar, restaurant, craft brewery, or micro distillery to buy up to 5 alcoholic items a week from a local retail store. Current law requires all purchases of beer, wine, and liquor to happen directly from a wholesaler or distributor. The reason why I'm bringing this change is because I have heard from several business owners in and around Kearney and central Nebraska who have been unable to get certain products delivered to them from their contracted wholesaler or distributor. Now, we all know supply chain issues happen, and especially since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. The reason I believe we need to look at a change to this law has to do with the fact that the shortages for these bars and restaurants has less to do with the supply chain issues and more to do with decisions being made. A bar in Kearney may not be able to get a delivery of Jack Daniels, but that same bar will go to his local grocery store that same day and see that bottle of Jack Daniels on the shelf. And they may see cases of it. This is a problem and causes a lot of frustration for small business owners. Now, I want to point out that not all of this should be put at the feet of the wholesale tier. Business decisions by the restaurant and bar play a part. Issues presented by COVID and all that came with it plays a part. This plays in it as well. But I do think it's important that we have this conversation today because there are bars and restaurants who struggle to get supplies they need to run their stores. And unfortunately, this appears prominent in central and western Nebraska. I realize that this bill will see a lot of opposition today, and I have had conversations with the individuals who have concerns about this bill. I do not expect this bill to make it out of General Affairs Committee in 2023, but I do want to have this conversation and ensure both of those in favor and opposed to this idea can get their thoughts on the record, and we will see what we can do to move this forward in the future, or at least find a path. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Senator Lowe. Do we have any questions? Senator
Thank you,
Hobart.
Vice Chair Hughes. 5 items, is there any limit to the quantity of each item that you can purchase?
Well, that's kind of what we're here to discuss today, is we're going to try to figure something out, and because 5 items might mean 5 cans of beer, which really doesn't help a restaurant or bar out. But 5 cases of beer can get them through until delivery.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? All right. I'm gonna assume you're gonna stay for closing.
I will try.
Perfect. All right, we'll have our first proponent, please.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Hughes and members of the General Affairs Committee. My name is Ken Schilz, Kenschilz. I'm here today as a registered lobbyist for the Nebraska Licensed Beverage Association, or NLBA, in support of LB 375. NLBA is a nonprofit trade association representing liquor retailers across the state. Our members are small businesses who provide jobs in hundreds of communities throughout Nebraska, contribute to the tax rolls, and are good stewards and community leaders. Like any retail business, our members strive to meet the demands of their customers. As we strive to maintain and grow our rural communities, bars and restaurants are an important amenity. As you all know, Nebraska utilizes the three-tier system to connect retailers with manufacturers' products. Unfortunately, worker shortages, consolidation, and other factors have caused some disruptions in the typical three-tier supply chain. As wholesalers and distributors have consolidated, many retailers are further away from other tiers than ever before. LB 375 would provide flexibility to the bars and restaurants in the far-flung areas of our state in the event they cannot get access to products on short notice. The amount of liquor that can be purchased by a bar or restaurant from off-premises retailer like a liquor or grocery store are small and should not undermine the relationship between retailers, wholesalers, and distributors. In addition, LB 375 maintains the integrity of the three-tier system while providing the flexibility that is particularly important in Nebraska's most rural areas. At a time when many local bars and restaurants have closed or been strained by the COVID-19 pandemic, LB 375 is a step the legislature can take to help our small businesses when they're in a pinch. For these reasons, NLBA supports LB 375 and asks you to advance this measure in support of Nebraska's small businesses. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'd attempt to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Schulz. Questions? Senator Hallcroft.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hughes. So you're a wholesaler, right?
No, we're basically the bar owners.
Oh, you're
So
the
we'd
bar
be,
owners.
so we'd be
Okay.
retail, yeah.
So what did you envision as far as quantities?
You know, that's a good question. That was one of the things as I was reading through the bill and looking at it, I was like, we're playing pretty fast and loose with stuff. So I think there needs to be a real, focus put on questions such as that, so that we can find out exactly what's real, what we can do. But I don't have an exact number.
Okay.
I'd be guessing if I tried to.
All right, thank you very much.
Other questions? Senator Kavanaugh, please.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hughes, and thanks for being here, Mr. Schulz.
Sure.
So I'm trying to conceive of the problem here, I guess. So we're talking about bars, they run out of Jack Daniels and they want to run out to the convenience store and buy another $7.50 or something like that on like a busy night. Is that so? If that's the problem we're trying to address, it seems like that's an emergency situation or whatever, trying in a probably more remote community to keep them afloat for a week or so.
Mhm.
Couldn't there be a constraint on this? I mean, 5 a week. I mean, that's, well, I don't know, not going to do the math, but that could be over 52 weeks. I mean, isn't that just informed and say, well, we should just put in a different order? I understand that the order doesn't come maybe not weekly to everywhere, but
Yeah, I wouldn't say that you're wrong necessarily, and I think that's part of what needs to be discussed to find out. Okay, what are we doing if we're talking about an emergency, and what does that actually mean? And I would suppose that depending on where you're at, but coming from just my experience of outside of the NLBA, I mean, out in rural Nebraska, there's times where you get to a weekend and all of a sudden, your establishment is where the party decides to be. You go through all your weekend stuff in one day, and it's Friday night, and you can't get another shipment over the weekend. So, but that's a whole other issue. What we're talking about here is exactly what you said. In my mind, is it's an emergency type of thing where you need one or two bottles maybe to get you through the end of the night and move on from there.
so would there, I mean, I guess, do you have a suggestion on how to address that? Say you can do it
We would
once 5 bottles or whatever a week, but no more than 2 times a year. Or
I
something
would be
like that.
happy to take that back to my membership and see what their thoughts are. We'd be happy to work with the committee and anybody else on the issue to come to that number.
All right, thank you.
Other questions? All right, thank you for your testimony. Next proponent.
Vice Chair Hughes, members of the General Affairs Committee, my name is Rich Otto, Richotto. I appear before you today in support of LB 375 on behalf of the Nebraska Hospitality Association. Thank you to Senator Lowe for introducing this legislation. The Senator and Mr. Schulz have done an excellent job of kind of outlaying the bill and the 5 items, but I guess let's go into the need for the problem. I guess COVID exposed supply chain issues and how the current system with distributors can be problematic for the smallest of my members, bars and restaurants, typically that is. So what we found during the COVID-19 pandemic is that we had aluminum shortages, glass shortages, you name it. There were shortages and supply chain shortages, and the distributors did get less. They had very small supply at times. Well, unfortunately, the large orders went to standing orders with grocery stores and retailers that are being considered essentials. Bars are being closed down. Okay, we filled all our orders to the grocery store. We can't fill the small bar. You want to open back up? Sorry, we're out. And so that's where the bar owners are seeing, okay, there's plenty of supply in the grocery stores. And that was correct, but no fault of their own, the distributors sold all of it to the other retailers that wanted it. So that's one of the concerns going forward, that when there is a shortage, even if it's not permanent or if it's just to the consumer, it doesn't look like there's a shortage. Restaurants are going to still be at the bottom of the tier of the distributors as far as if we have limited supply, it's going to go to the grocery stores first. So we see that. So beer going through the distributors, we do have beer wholesalers throughout the state. So typically beer gets distributed a little bit better. If I'm talking, my member in Scottsbluff, they have a beer wholesaler in Scottsbluff. Liquor and wine is not the same. All liquor and wine wholesalers are located in Omaha. So luckily for the bars in Western Nebraska, we have great transport companies that we can go through that are willing to go to Omaha, transport the alcohol and wine back to these Western Nebraska venues. Well, for Scottsbluff, say, typically I believe you put your order in by first thing Friday, you get it Wednesday. So if you ran out Friday night or Saturday, you're looking at 10 days you're going to go before you get that. If the distributor does have it, because you put your order in Wednesday or the next Friday, get it the next Wednesday. So when we're looking at framing this going forward, a time frame could be an order, but also if the bar can say that the distributor is still not providing me that product, we think the leniency needs to be made where we can get it from another retailer if we continue to see our orders not being filled. So that quickly sums up kind of what we saw in COVID, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Otto. Question for Senator Rabel.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Otto. So I guess I kind of came in because I was introducing another bill, but so the reason you would need the additional product, you would work with another retailer, but are you trying to get it at a wholesale price? Is that it? Because
No,
you're
and that's-
intending to resell it, or?
Well,
Am I
you bring up a
missing
great point, and I think that's probably one of the top concerns of the distributors is pricing. And as you know, being in the grocery business, sometimes we can see grocers that could get a product and then actually use beer or alcohol as a loss leader. That is not our goal, is to undercut the distributor on the pricing. It's just to get the product. So I think pricing potentially needs to be looked at when the committee does it, duration or quantity. Potentially. And again, we are willing to work with all stakeholders, the committee, Senator Lowe. We realize that a lot of thought needs to go into how this flexibility can be built in, but we're also optimistic that flexibility can be worked in for the small business. I mean, we've done it for craft breweries, we've done it for farm wineries, we're going to do it for liquor distributors, micro distilleries this year. So on the distribution level, we have put flexibility in for everybody but the small bar and restaurant.
So, go ahead. Okay, I guess I'm still struggling with it because as a grocer, I see, okay, we get restaurateurs coming in because they ran out of romaine lettuce or they've run out of product. They run to the grocery store, they get it, and they get out. So there's not any type of issue with that. So is that what you're envisioning?
That's not allowed for beer or alcohol.
It's not allowed
Against
for
the
beer
law.
and alcohol.
So
Okay,
they can do it for their food products, not
Okay.
for beer or alcohol.
thank you for clarifying.
Other questions, Senator Campbell?
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thanks for being here, Mr. Otto. So the scenario you laid out is just a little bit different than the one that Mr. Schills laid out, but it makes me, I guess, think about this a different way. What about and maybe Mr. Roop will bang his head against the wall when I say this, but what about a affirmative, like, special dispensation where you can call the Liquor Control Commission and say, hey, this is the situation. We need to be able to get a waiver to go buy retail right now because our wholesale is falling through in the way that you kind of laid out. I mean, is that maybe, does that address with something along those
Oh,
lines? which
absolutely.
Maybe logistically would be very
We see
difficult, but-
distributors with all kinds of lists. They keep lists of retailers for everything. We would also like to see them to keep a list of products they're on short supply of, so that the distributor could be upfront with the commission and say, we realize that this product's in short supply. We wouldn't mind you adding it to this waiver list. So then that product could be eligible due to the distributor wanting their customers to be able to carry it, but knowing they can't fulfill all the orders, or in a timely manner, or with the logistics of their distribution, they may not be able to get to all those smaller guys. So something of that nature makes perfect sense to me.
Thank you.
Other questions? I have one question, and I don't know, this is just a curiosity question now. So if you own a bar and, I don't know, some weird obscure, whatever, raspberry vodka or whatever, you use a fourth of a bottle the whole year. When you buy it from your distributor in Omaha, do you have to buy a case of it, or can you buy it by the bottle?
You're allowed to buy by the bottle. So
Okay.
typically, if you put in a large order, it's a flat rate that the transportation company charges you for your order, or they have a fee. The problem comes when you are trying to fill one or two bottles. Lincoln bars and Omaha ones can go directly to the distributor in Omaha and pick it up themselves.
Right.
So that's typically where Western Nebraska ones wait till their next order and they're out for 10 days because they don't want to.
You don't pay
they're
all
gonna-
the shipping
exactly.
for one thing.
And even the time may be the same by the time they can get it from, typically there's less. Lincoln, we're lucky that the transport company typically goes almost daily. And so if you had one or two things, they could add it to the order. I believe in Western Nebraska, it's typically weekly.
Okay, thank you. All right, thanks for your time. Thanks for coming. Next proponent.
Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Scott Hatfield, SCOTT, HATFIELD, and I own Duffy's Tavern here in Lincoln, and I'm here to speak in favor of LB 375. I will not go into all of the failings of the three-tiered system today for all of our benefit. I'm just here to talk about 375, but this is a really simple thing. All that really is happening in 375 is giving bar owners the ability to buy small amounts of product when we're out of it. Right now, for example, if we, bought our product when we were set up for the week and we got to Wednesday and we had a big event and we ran out of, say, Jack Daniels. The only way we can get Jack Daniels is to order it from our distributor in Omaha. And we can wait until our big order, or we could order one bottle. I could drive up and pick it up, which effectively turns the cost of that bottle of Jack Daniels into a really expensive bottle. But the point is that we don't have the ability when we run out of product just to pop in and grab something. And that would be extremely helpful, because the way that it works in Nebraska is that our distributors do sort of what they want. We're subject to a monopolistic system. And if our distributors don't want to play ball or they don't want to help us, they don't have to. In fact, the distributors keep a list of bars that have not paid them, and then they share that list with each other. And then they all collude and decide not to sell product to any of the bars that are over 30 days late. And that's fine, but it's collusion under the umbrella of a monopoly. And I don't think that's really good for business in any way. So what I would ask is just to make this simple gesture to allow bars to buy small amounts of product when they run out of it from a liquor store, perhaps going to Russ's or going to Super Saver or going to Hy-Vee and picking up one or two bottles so that you are not out of the product for the night. And I could go on with stories for hours, for days, in fact, about the distribution system and about our distributors and about how it works. But today is not the day for that. All we're asking you to do is enable us to buy product from other people who've already actually bought it from the distributors, by the way. I mean, it's not like the distributors are missing out on this. So that's all I have. I hope you will vote in favor of this.
All right.
Yeah,
Thank
any
you, Mr.
questions?
Hatfield.
Thank you.
Questions? Oh,
yes.
Senator Holcroft.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hughes. And you may not know the answer to this,
I'm sure I know,
but
I'll give it a shot.
Any other states around us who have similar laws?
You know, I'm not familiar with the laws in other states. My hunch is that it's similar in a lot of places, but I don't know. I'm not familiar with that.
Thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Huffle? All right, thank you
Thank
for
you.
coming in. Next proponent.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Catherine Harvey. That's Catharine. My last name is Harvey. I think what all we're trying to do here is like the biggest example that I can give. Let me pull out my notes here real quickly. Pardon me. Was just a couple weeks ago with the Blake Shelton concert that happened. We got a foot of snow and our distributors stopped running for that day. So I'm trying to talk to my distributors and say, hey man, like I'm the food and beverage director here at the Courtyard by Marriott, just a block away from Pinnacle Bank Arena. And they are no longer doing deliveries for that day. We're expecting a full hotel with multiple people coming in and out for the event going on, and I have no way to get alcohol. So I'm trying to talk to the distributors and be like, hey, I can run out to you folks. Like, I don't have a problem bringing the SUV or loading up the van, and they unfortunately left for the day. So there was no way for me to get the alcohol for the concert happening. So luckily I was able to get it from one of my distributors, but a block away from Pinnacle Bank Arena, we didn't have any Busch Light for a country concert. So it's just those little instances, and it wouldn't be an everyday occurrence by any means, but it would be oh my gosh, we got a foot of snow. I need to go get a couple cases of beer or a couple little bits here and there to help me get through. And another circumstance for us is that we are on a very, very tight spec that we have to carry certain items to have our brand standard. And through these past 2-3 years, a lot of the wine has not been able to get a hold of. So it's a lot of my distributors saying, hey, I have product B instead of product A. It's still a Pinot Noir, but unfortunately, if Marriott were to come by and audit us, I would get a strike because I do not have the exact bottle that we are needing. So it's just those little bitty scenarios that we just need a little bit of help. That's what we're asking for. So I think that's all I have. If anyone has any questions.
Thank you for your testimony.
Yes.
That was a good example. Questions from anyone? You got off easy.
Well, hey. Thank you for letting me have that time.
Absolutely. Next proponent.
Hello, my name is Cindy Chatt, Cindychatt. And actually, I'm really looking forward to the opportunity to talk about this. And so I appreciate all of your time. I came to testify for another bill and this came up. And so I felt the need to raise my hand and talk a little bit about it. I own a small bar in Tacoma, Nebraska. And it is, I can be a firsthand example of it. It can be very difficult to get alcohol at certain occasions in in a rural area like that. We're 45 minutes to an hour outside of Omaha. All of my orders have to be in by Wednesday morning at the latest. And, as others had said, if you run out of something on Wednesday night or even Thursday night, you can't get anything until the following Thursday. So it's very difficult, especially when you're outside of the area to fulfill those needs for a weekend or for your key times, especially when your orders have to go in early. So, and I work with several different distributors. Almost all of them are inside sales, so we don't actually see a rep. I see about one rep a week, and it's based kind of on his schedules and if I'm around or not. So that makes it difficult. Some of my big distributors have gone down from one order a week to every other week, which makes that a little bit harder too. So we're trying really hard in the rural areas to to work with distributors and make this and make it work, but it's getting harder and harder for us to keep the product that we need to keep our restaurants and bars going on a weekly basis. I just appreciate that this conversation is happening because even if it can't be fixed right now, hopefully it's something that keeps going and we can fix it in the days and years to come.
All right. Thanks for coming in, Ms. Chat. Hold on. Is there any questions? Yes, Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Vice Chair. and Thank you for being here, Ms. Chat. What's the name of your bar?
Chatterbox Brews.
Oh, that's a good name.
That's a great name. When you go from 2 weeks or from 1 week to 2 weeks of deliveries, how do you address that storage wise?
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult. I don't have a lot of storage where I'm at. And in that particular case, I didn't necessarily need an order and they said, and I didn't get told ahead of time. It was, oh, we're cutting you back from 1 week from every week to 2 weeks. And then it was, oh, you have to order for the next 2 weeks today, which is hard. And we don't have a lot of space. And you're guessing for 2 weeks of sales at one time. So yeah, it's a problem on lots of fronts, to be honest.
So I guess, are you finding then that causes you to, it's harder to predict, so then you have more shortages by the end of the 2 weeks kind of thing?
Yeah, it is a problem for sure.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Other questions? All right, thank you. Next proponent.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Vanessa Silk, VANESSA I'm the attorney and registered lobbyist for the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild. I've got an example here, which is why I have my phone up, from one of our about 70 members across the state of Nebraska. Many of them are here today to testify on LBs 403 and 404, and those issues dovetail into why we support LB 375 and why we're so thankful that Senator Lowe and the retail groups are here to tell you why flexibility is necessary. My client in particular has this from both sides. One example I have from Paul, who's the owner of Powell's Brewing Company in North Platte. His example was just last week. Their distributor just failed to send out 3 cases of red wine. So they were out of Cabernet for an entire week. One thing that's really important for my members, in addition to bars and restaurants, is many of them have satellite locations and retail licenses. And so this issue is just as important for them, particularly in outstate Nebraska in smaller bars and breweries that I represent. In addition, this also impacts and provides some flexibility for my clients from the production side, because they're getting these calls from retailers saying the distributor says we can't get your beer, and yet they're producing that beer and they have all those brands available. And sometimes it's a bar or a grocery store across the street. And so you're going to hear more about that later. But I wanted to make the record of thanks to Senator Lowe and to the committee. We look forward to continuing to work with you to find ways that we can be flexible within the Liquor Control Act so that we can still protect public health and safety and still accomplish tax collection goals, but really accomplish, a purpose for consumers to get what they want when they hope to get it at their local establishments. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
All right, thank you, Ms. Silk. Questions? All righty,
Thank you.
thank you. Other proponents?
Thank you, Vice Chairman Hughes, members of the General Affairs Committee. My name is Hobert Rupe, HOBERT RUPE. I'm the Executive Director of the Nebraska Liquor Control Commission. I really appreciate the Senator for bringing this bill. You would be surprised the amount of complaints we were getting in about supply chain problems, especially at different times, especially during the height of the pandemic, and they've decreased, but they've not gone away. And the main issue that we came into is you have to remember, legally, a retailer has to buy from a wholesaler. If one of the investigators goes in, they find product that was not purchased from a wholesaler, they will be cited by the commission. They will generally be suspended for a certain amount of time and they have to pay a fine. Sometimes it's easy. If you walk in and there's, 175 bottles in there in a funnel, that's a shenanigans we don't want to encourage under this act. But what we were getting complaints were a lot of times your retail establishment, they were only getting 85% of their orders filled because the supply chain was just so bad. And so if you've got this one person who only drinks Captain Morgan, and he and three of his buddies are coming in, and you don't have any Captain Morgan, you're going to go down next door. You're going to go buy $7.50 at the grocery store, or at the Walmart, and hope to God that one of our few investigators doesn't come in during that time. So we very much support the concept of trying to have a way to do this. But we have to be very careful how we're going to do it, because also people will buy from non-wholesalers in a way to circumvent the law. One of the biggest issues we had was in Cass County a few years ago. A bar was in debt to all the wholesalers, couldn't get it because of credit, couldn't get anything. And yet we found $12,000 from Sam's Club of Lake Manawa that they'd gone over and bought they were buying all their alcohol at Lake Manawa in Iowa, which had the compounding problem of not only were they avoiding the normal three-tier system, they're also avoiding the state tax. The Iowa tax got paid, but the Nebraska tax never got paid. So we always have to be very cognizant of however we do this mechanically, that there's going to be a tracking mechanism, and it's going to be limited quantities and to go forward. So one of the suggestions we have right now is, especially given what we're seeing, I don't think this bill's going to go much forward. And I know, having you guys come in on summer vacation is never a good idea, but this might be a perfect bill to actually do a legitimate interim study to look at how to do it, how to address these concerns, where you'll be able to spend a whole day rather than shoehorning it in with a whole bunch of other bills, where you can get the people who actually deal with the issues coming in front of you, talking about it. You can have the regulators on board and say how we're going to be able to make sure we regulate, make sure the taxes are paid, make sure that public health, safety, and welfare is maintained. And so, at the risk of, putting more work on an already burdened bunch of senators, this might be one that might be a very good interim study candidate to look at, especially given the fact of how the timing of the session's going. And I see I'm into the red light now, and so I would be happy to answer any questions.
All right. Questions for Mr. Ruby? Go ahead, Senator Kemp.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thanks for being here, Mr. Roop. So my question earlier about having, rather than just allowing 5 purchases a week, having some sort of mechanism by which they could call your office and say, hey, we're out of this. Can we go buy it?
The problem with that is going to be, you're going to find out you're out of it at 9 o'clock on a Friday night. And, there's nobody in the office at that point in time. But that's one of the things we could discuss, especially as we're going forward with the new computer reporting system, where they might be able to generate a report. Say, hey, we bought this, and, how they got it. Our theory would be, there would have to be some report that would have to go by, that be signed by both people to show that it was a retail-to-retail transaction. And we can create forms all the time, and we would have an electronic form. So that's one of the things I think we should really discuss as we're going forward, how to do that. Because really what you want to do is, you don't want to circumvent the wholesale system, but you also want to make sure that, especially with Nebraska tax-paid product, there's a way that if, oh crap, I should have ordered 3 more bottles of Cabernet Sauvignon, I need to get those. And so they call during the business day during the week, that would work, but unfortunately, one thing I learned very quickly in this, that my work hours and the work hours of the retail industry are not the same.
Other questions? So I have one. I'm just thinking through. So if I'm just like, what would make, who would abuse this, right? Or how could it get abused? And it'd be more just convenience, right? Because you're not going to save money. Because if I am a bar owner and I go buy my bottle of Captain or whatever at the grocery store, I'm paying a retail price, not a wholesale price. So that bottle, I'm assuming, would have cost me more than if I would have got it from the distributor in Omaha.
More than likely it may have. You heard earlier, some people will use loss leaders, these products as loss leaders.
Okay. Yeah, it's on sale there, so I might. That would be maybe.
And also, as we had earlier, sometimes you'll have channel pricing. So let's use, they're one of the biggest. Let's use Sam's Club as an example, right? Because oftentimes, a lot of times where we do see people buying from a non-wholesaler, it'll be like Sam's Club, because they're going in there, they're buying their big thing of nacho cheese, the chips, everything else they're servicing the cleaning. So they're buying some bottles there. Because of the amount, they're generally a quantity discount a lot of times on the alcohol products. And so they're buying alcohol. Some, you know,
So sometimes Sam's Club is cheaper than a wholesale price that I can.
It might be dependent upon the product, depending upon what the sale is. The problem that we also run into is most of your retail accounts will get especially their liquor products in 750s, you know, the normal bottle, you know, because most of your speed racks, you know, the bar, your rack down there for your speed rack, it's a 750. You know, so oftentimes the better deal is actually buying the 175, which then causes a problem. Because then what they'll do is they'll take that 175 and they'll refill their 750 with it. They'll empty out a bottle.
And why can't you do that?
It's a horrible sanitation problem, for one.
Okay.
And the other problem is oftentimes what you'll do is you'll see brand substitution for that. Somebody will take Sailor Jerry and they'll pour it into a bottle of Captain Morgan, which is a cheaper product, and they're similar products, but it's a brand substitution, so you've got a sort of a fraud there. The two things we always tell our investigators look for 175s in funnels, because if you see those at a store, you probably got refilling. And we're mostly worried about from a sanitation problem and also from brand registration. So, you know, there's, you know, so if you're just looking at price, your price on a 175 per ounce is gonna be better than 750.
Yeah.
So, you know, what we want to do is have a method that if I'm down I need to go down to my local liquor store and get 4 bottles to get me through the weekend. We want to have a mechanism for that. That's really what we're supporting in this regard. And that's one reason why, you know, however we would do it, you know, that's why we support the concept. And we'd rather have it regulated. That
So
way we
it's just
know
a
what it
matter
is.
of, we just gotta somehow track it. And then if somebody's abusing it, clearly it's gonna show because
Oh,
they're
yeah.
doing it every week.
Yeah, they'll be processed. Yeah. Yeah. So long as there's a paper trail, we can usually, you know, figure out where it's at.
Okay. Any other questions? Nope. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other proponents? Seeing none. Opponents? Absolutely.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Hughes and members of the General Affairs Committee. My name is Jim Mullen. It's JimMullen. I'm Senior Vice President, General Manager of Southern Glazers Wine and Spirits, and I'm here on behalf of Southern Glazers. Just appreciate your time today and letting be able to come down. As you heard today, it's no surprise that supply chain was a great challenge during the pandemic. I think that this legislation in Bill 375 would have been a great idea during the pandemic, similar to what we saw with many of the executive orders to help get through the pandemic. But supply chain has improved greatly since then. I want to give you a few stats. There's a few stats and statistics. At the lowest of material fill rate during the pandemic, Southern Glazers Wine and Spirits had an 88% fulfillment rate in August of 20. In April of 21, it was our lowest fulfillment rate at 91%. And year to date in 23, we're at 97.4%. So we're seeing supply chain improve dramatically. We're dealing with an industry that each wholesaler is selling a little over 1 million cases a year, stocking 250 to 300,000 cases, 6,000 to 7,000 SKUs on hand at any time, and to be at 97.4% fulfillment rate is showing some strong statistics there. You heard today that many times it's on-premise accounts, bars and restaurants that might be out of stock of an item. They go across the street to whatever that store might be, a Walmart, a Russ's, a Super Saver, a Costco. And while they didn't get their bottle of Jack Daniels or the bottle of Captain Morgan, they see a pallet of the same item on sale there. Those are usually different sizes. It's very rare that a wholesaler is out of all 7 SKUs of a product. So we have many on-premise accounts that say, if you're out of this, please sub that. We do believe that some of these shortages could be a planning issue, which we are very happy to help with. We've got in-person sales consultants that call on these accounts. We have inside sales. Our company nationally has spent over $100 million developing SG Proof, which is an e-commerce site where we actually have an app that helps track invoices. You can see if things are in stock or out of stock, along with pricing and so forth. So currently, supply chain has improved dramatically. We've also put a DWS, which is a direct warehouse store, in our facility that is open some different hours than our typical warehouse hours, so we can actually have customers come and shop at our facility. Again, try to make it as easy as possible to get those products. Where I see this could be a challenge, at 5 purchases per week, whatever that might look like, 52 weeks per year, I would think this would have to carry a large fiscal note to help the regulators monitor and regulate this. With about 2,500 on-premise accounts in the state, you're looking at 12,500 instances per week, up to 650,000 instances per year. There's another issue that comes up, and that's the credit law. When a person cannot pay their bills and they go shop at other places, they're motivated to break the law. And so when people are motivated to break the law, we see service to minors, service after hours, drugs, human trafficking, things like that. So again, we are in opposition to this.
All right, thank you for coming in. Do we have questions for Mr. Mullen? Senator Kavanaugh.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you for being here, Mr. Mullen. I think the fiscal note was $500, if I remember right. I don't know what that was covering specifically, but I guess, you kind of got to the problems at the end there, but I'm having trouble understanding, how is this a problem for you guys? It sounds like you got a very robust system to allow every possibility for people to get the product they need. Why can't we find some sort of emergency valve, is kind of what this sounds like.
Sure. I think the example was lettuce. If a restaurant's out of stock of lettuce, they can run across the street to purchase from, a grocery store. I think alcohol, tobacco, and fire alarms, they're not lettuce. They're regulated much differently. We have a system in place now. I think we have a very stable market. I think our regulator, the Nebraska Liquor Control Commission, does a nice job regulating it currently. So I think opening this up to anything further would prove otherwise.
I guess, to your point about creating a gray market or a black market encourages other criminal activity. So I guess to me, that almost argues for doing something like this, because if people are going to get that desperate to make sure they fill it, shouldn't we create a structure in which they can do it out in the open and clearly and aren't going to be in trouble? Because under the scenario you're laying out, somebody goes across the street and they buy a 175 or whatever, and they're going to have to hide that. And so then, of course, they're thinking, oh, we got to hide this. We may as well be hiding other things or whatever. But if we create a structure where they say, we're in a pinch, we can go and do this and still be above board and within the system, that is not incentivizing them to get into the gray market. They're just still operating within the regular course of business. Am I?
Sure, and we can currently sell them that 175 or 750 if we were out of stock of liters.
And I get that, but I'm talking about, and maybe this is, as Senator Lowe pointed out, this is a conversation. Is there a system under which that is the appropriate emergency valve situation? Kind of what Mr. Otto laid out there, or Mr. Schill's, the situation where it's a one-off, where you had a run on a weekend, where you had some event and you misordered, basically, and you can at least backfill 5 of those items to help you get there. And isn't there a method by which you could say, my suggestion, Mr. Roop, I'm sure accurately pointed out that my suggestion was a bad one, but something along those lines where you can have, maybe not 5 items a week, but you can do it 5 items a year or 10 items a year over 2 different weeks to allow for that emergency situation.
So my concern is it's illegal now, and it is happening. So if we were to increase it even further, I would worry that would breed further challenges.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Mullen? So I'll have one. So you said right now your year-to-date fulfillment is 97.4%, I think?
Correct.
So what about that 3%?
So it's going to be hard to be in stock 100%
Right.
all the time.
So why, would there be something that you would be, well, and let me ask this, are you the one in Omaha then?
We are one that is
You're the
based in
one
Omaha.
that's for.
We are one of the
One
wholesalers
of the
based in
ones
Omaha,
here in
correct.
Omaha. So being a little bit rural, I think of the rural people, they want one thing to draw, and you say you've got your off hours little mini store in there. Well, I'm in Sydney. I'm not driving to Omaha to buy my one bottle of whatever. So is there just nothing that if we did an interim study this summer or whatever, that would be agreeable to, because here, Mr. Roop, you know, coming from the Nebraska Liquor Control is like, I think maybe we can work something out as long as we track it. Is there anything on your side that would say, yeah, let's get this in place, or, you know, you can do it twice a year? I don't know, you know, maybe 5 bottles every week is too much, whatever.
I think it's a fair question. So I'm year to date, 97.4% is our material fill rate.
Right.
I would have to look at that further to see at any one point in time, is a certain brand completely out of stock? That is very, very rare. So again, being in a rural state or a rural area, we try to encourage our sales consultants to work on substitutions if that's the case. If Captain Morgan or Jack Daniel's leaders are out of stock, make your customer aware, substitute the adequate size, whether it's 750 or 175 at the time of the call, so that it does ship on that Wednesday or whatever it might be, so they have it for their weekend. So,
Or in the case there's a big snowstorm and the distributor's not doing, I don't know. I think you can't, it's not going to be 100%. There's always going to be a
it's gonna
gap.
be challenging.
There's always going to be a gap. So
The other
is
thing
there
you get
something
into-
that can be?
Correct.
Yeah.
The other thing you could get into is there's challenges with allocations right now with high-end whiskeys, high-end bourbons, tequilas, whatever it might be. I believe that this would, there'd be an opportunity for retailers then to buy that product and sell it at a much higher price to on-premise accounts. Should they want that item, they would know they have an advantage, and there could potentially be some price gouging.
Well, then that's up to the bar owner, I would think,
Would
to
be.
say, yeah, I'm not going to buy it from Jane because she's price gouging me. I'm going to wait for my week. Anyway, this is another conversation now. So thank you for coming in.
Appreciate the
and,
opportunity.
Yeah.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Hughes, and also thank you for Bill 376 with the channel pricing. Appreciate that. Thank you for your time today.
All right. Very good. Other opponents.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Hughes and members of the General Affairs Committee. My name is Dave Timms. I'm the President and General Manager of Premier Midwest Beverage Company located in Omaha, Nebraska. I'm also on the Executive Council for the Associated Beverage Distributors of Nebraska, a trade association comprised of 17 independent, family-owned beer distributors in Nebraska. I oppose LB 375, which would permit licensed retailers to purchase alcoholic product from other licensed retailers, further weakening the three-tier system. One of the matters we take most seriously is promoting safe and responsible alcohol consumption and caring for the well-being of those who purchase beer from retailers. We not only have social responsibilities as citizens in this state, but legal requirements in our agreements and other states' franchise laws. Those protect the well-being. For example, we are required by law and by our contracts to remove beer that has been expired. As another example, if there's a recall of a product, we must act swiftly to get those products off the shelves. LB 375 would frustrate and impede our ability to meet these obligations. A few years ago, Sam Adams had a recall on some of its products because it was packaged in faulty bottles. Those bottles could contain shards of glass. Sam Adams is one of the products that Premier Midwest distributes. Even more recent, we've experienced exploding cans from a couple of local suppliers. When we received notice of these recalls, we were able to either immediately retrieve those bottles or cans or contact retailers to remove the bottles because we knew exactly where those products were located. If retail sales were allowed, we would have a much more difficult time locating that product and acting quickly to remove the potential harm to the public. That concern has only increased because through a retail to retail sale, product may no longer be located in our territories. Beer distributors operate in exclusive territories. If a retailer in our territory were to sell product to a retailer in another distributor's territory, it is unclear how we would meet our legal obligations. We do not, for example, have the right or the infrastructure in place to remove expired product from someone else's shelves. And we are unlikely to even know that expired product is being held by the retailer, as none of our employees are actively servicing those retailers outside our territory. Additionally, we have contracts in place that require us to take efforts to ensure our retailers are not selling product outside of our territory. If we learn of that happening, our agreements require us to take our best efforts to prevent the process. including refusing to further sell products to that retailer. I'm happy to answer any questions from the committee.
All right, thank you for your testimony. Do you have any questions? Oh, can you please spell your name for the
Oh,
record?
sorry.
I missed that.
Davetims.
All right, thank you. All right, questions for Mr. Timms? All right, none? Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Next opponent, please.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Adam Barney, ADAMBARNEY, legal counsel for ABDN. I concur with those statements made by Mr. Timms. LB 375 would conflict with our members' obligations under the current law and under their contractual agreements. I'd add that there is a federal law implication of this matter. Under federal law, simply stated, if you are buying alcohol and intend to sell it to someone else who is not the end consumer, you have to get a federal basic permit. Retailers right now in this state do not need to get a federal basic permit because they're not allowed to sell alcohol to anyone other than the end consumer. If, however, LB 375 were passed, retailers would be very likely required to obtain these federal basic permits. In all reality, retailers are unlikely to be aware of this requirement. And in all likelihood, LB 375 would place unwitting Nebraskans in violation of federal law and subject them to fines and penalties for lack of this permit. There are other concerns with this bill as it relates to some ambiguity on permitted sellers and how it could conflict with other provisions of Nebraska law. If committee council or the committee has concerns about that, I think we can talk about that going forward. Finally, I do need to note that based on the testimony here today, this really isn't a beer side issue. It really appears more often in the liquor and wine area. We have 17 members in our association. They cover every inch of this state. They have locations from border to border. If somebody needs beer, we find a way to get it to them. We find a way to get it to them quickly. If there's events that might have excess need, we have some members who might have a truck down by Memorial Stadium, ready to fill a quick order. If that needs to happen, you don't need to go to a liquor store to go buy that. So as we address these issues, I just want to be aware and mindful that we are working to make sure that these orders get placed and want to continue to promote that diversity of the beer wholesaler industry. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Barney. Questions? Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you for being here, Ms. Barney. So I appreciate your point. Is it federal basic permit is what it's called?
Correct.
Does that apply to all alcohol sales or just beer?
All.
And I don't know, you probably were here when Mr. Roop testified, and one of the things he did say was that it would probably be a two sides statement, right? So when they'd go and buy it at the grocery store, you need the grocery store to attest that they bought it there. That's what it sounds like. So what you're saying is that would not only cause them to unwittingly be a foul federal law, they'd knowingly do it.
Potentially. I mean, if they're attesting that we're selling it to a retailer, then they know that they are purchasing alcohol product to be sold to another retailer. And that's an issue that plagues this area. And yeah, there are other states who do retail to retail. They have different statutory schemes. And I believe there's about 80 entities in the state of Nebraska that have federal basic permits. In Iowa, which has some limited retail to retail, there are 800 entities that have federal basic permits. So it adds an extra layer of regulation that is not existing in our system right now.
So in a state like Iowa that would allow for this sort of scheme you're talking about, you'd have to go to a specific grocery store that would have this federal basic permit?
I'm not familiar with the intricacies, but I do know that those retailers, as a result of the scheme that they have put into place, which is fundamentally different than Nebraska's scheme, it does implicate them to register with federal law and get that permit.
Thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Barney? What does it take to get a federal basic permit?
It's a form for the most part. Typically requires a professional to be an accountant or a lawyer to help and assist with the process. It is there's no fee associated with it. There are the biggest aspect of it. Well, it takes about 3-4 months at best to get one. But the biggest concern with it is if you don't know you need it and you don't get it, you're opening yourself up to fines and penalties.
So in your opinion, you heard kind of the issues
Mhm.
and there have been problems. How would you address?
Well, the only beer issue I believe I heard was there was a foot of snow in Lincoln that basically shut down the city for a day. I mean, nobody was going around anywhere during that period of time. And ultimately, during communications with the distributor, it was figured out and they got the beer there in time for the Blake Shelton concert, which is great, right? On the liquor side, I don't know if I have an answer for you, but we're just not seeing it on the beer side because we have that diversity. And so if there's a issue that needs
So
to be
you think
addressed,
we would only do it for liquor and not beer?
well, I think that's something to consider if we're not seeing the issues on the beer side of this. And then we're not opening up potential avenues for that and the health issues that Mr. Timms brought up where we can't track this all the way through. So finding that limited solution, I think, is key in anything that we're considering here. But on a more holistic point of view, everything that comes before this committee, I think we need to consider how is it going to impact the diversity that exists of our distributor network? And are we running into issues that is going to turn the beer distributor network into more what you see in the liquor houses, where you've got 3 large regional, if not national, companies that can spend $100 million on software. How can we promote this diversity in our system to make sure that beer is able to get to those retailers efficiently and effectively?
Okay. Anything else? I don't think so. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next opponent. None. How about anyone in the neutral capacity? And none again. Senator Lowe, and all right, what number is this? 375. We have no proponent and 1 opponent emailed in and no neutral.
Well, thank you very much for hearing this bill. Number one, there were only a few opponents because we requested that only a few show up, but get the message out. Otherwise, there would have been, I think, every distributor here today voicing their opinion. 97.4% was brought up about inventory. They don't carry the Christmas things during the month of July, things like that. That's why that number is low, and yes, they do. Distributors want bars and restaurants to carry their products. That's how people see them. That's how people try them before they go out and they buy a full-size bottle to see or not if they want it or not. The problem is that if you're a bartender and you're in a busy bar, you don't want to be pouring a 175, the big bottle. You want that liter or 750 that it's a flip of the wrist. It's easy to turn. And so that's what they're looking at. And you can't go and put the liquor from a 175 into a 750 or 1 liter, as Mr. Roop explained, because of sanitary reasons. And you may be pouring a Sailor Jerry into a Captain Morgan. And by the way, Sailor Jerry is not so bad. Now, let me explain what happens out in western or central and western Nebraska. I have a bar. I put my order in on Tuesday. It's processed and it's shipped out on Wednesday. This is the way it happens in Kearney because I've owned several bars, and delivery day is Thursday. They show up at your door on Thursday. So I put the order in on Tuesday, shows up on Thursday, and it's short a case or 2. Now, the next time I can get that liquor in is next Thursday, which means there's a week in between. And it may be New Year's Eve. It may be homecoming or something like that where you are busy. Now, we did have COVID, and that's where this bill came from, was during COVID. After we had introduced all of our bills last year, we're finishing up introducing the bills. One of my constituents came to me and says, hey, I can't get liquor. I can't get beer. I'm struggling. And I don't have the room for inventory. Every space you put for inventory takes out a seat of your restaurant or bar. And we're talking about small businesses here. They can't give up a seat. They can't give up a bar stool or two to put in more storage. So that's where this bill came from. And I'm glad that everybody that was a proponent and opponent showed up today so we could start this discussion, because it can be a problem. Because if you're sitting in Scottsbluff, Nebraska, and you've got Denver not that far away, but you can't go buy your liquor in Julesburg or in Wyoming at Cheyenne, you've got to get your liquor 900, or the round trip is 900 miles away, 920 miles away. If you buy a bottle of liquor and you only need one bottle and you have to drive to Omaha to pick it up, and that bottle is $27, you've got $57.50 just in gas alone getting there, which makes that bottle now $84.50. Hard to make a profit. And you have wear and tear on your vehicle and stress and everything else getting there. And a distributor looks and says, okay, maybe we can put a distribution warehouse out in North Platte, make it easier for those in central and western Nebraska. Well, now they've got those costs involved. And do they want to stock everything that they need out there? And they may not use all that often. So we need to find something that'll help out in those one-offs or two-offs a year, or maybe three-offs. But during COVID, there was also a shortage of aluminum. So the beer guys didn't have everything all the time. And then there was a shortage of glass. So there were shortages. But was that the distributor's fault or the manufacturer's fault? Not really. The glass makers and the guys who make the cans, they were short-staffed. They couldn't have anybody on working. So this is a work in process, and I appreciate the committee hearing the bill today. Thank you very much.
All right, that concludes Bill 375. Thank you, Senator Lowe, and I will turn it back to you.
You didn't give us a chance.
Oops, sorry. Oh, that's okay. I forgot I had everybody else's questions. Work in progress.
Good afternoon, Good afternoon, Chair Lowe.
Good afternoon.
Members of the General Affairs Committee. I am Senator George Dungan, Georgedungan. I represent the people of Northeast Lincoln in Legislative District 26, and today I'm introducing Legislative Bill 493. LB 493 makes a simple change to the language in the State Lottery Act. If passed, it will allow Nebraska lottery tickets to be sold by vending machines. I was approached by the Nebraska Retail Federation to introduce this bill to bring to the attention of the committee and the legislature the national trend of self-checkout and point out how the Nebraska lottery is lagging behind other states. Of the 45 states with lotteries, Nebraska is one of 3 that does not offer lottery ticket sales by a vending machine. All states that border Nebraska either offer or plan to offer vending. South Dakota, Iowa, Missouri, Kansas, and Colorado currently all offer vending. Wyoming is piloting Keno vending and hopes to add lottery vending after that. Unlike other vending machines, lottery vending machines are standalone and secure. They are age-controlled and require a valid driver's license with barcode to be scanned in order to verify the player's age. Nebraska law does not allow lottery tickets to be sold at locations where alcohol can be consumed. LB 493 does nothing to change that. It is worth noting that Keno, pickle cards, horse racing, and soon-to-be casino gambling do not have a similar alcohol restriction. Unmatched by competitors for the gaming dollar, the Nebraska Lottery has distributed over $908 million in quarterly transfers since it began operation in 1993. At the direction of Nebraska voters, these funds are currently going to education, as directed by the legislature, Nebraska Environmental Trust Fund, the Nebraska State Fair, and Compulsive Gamblers Assistance Fund. As you are no doubt aware, self-checkout has also been gathering momentum for years. Retailer after retailer, even many who position themselves as service-oriented, are now offering the self-checkout option. The pandemic has accelerated this dramatic growth even faster, as it has instilled a strong desire in shoppers to avoid as much interaction with others as possible. This trend is expected to grow. In addition to the potential to increase sales and beneficiary proceeds over time, the change can help retailers who are dealing with staffing issues and working to respond to consumers' demand for increasingly convenient means of transacting business. LB 493 would allow self-checkout through age-restricted vending in locations where alcohol cannot be consumed, a very modest and logical update. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'm happy to take any questions the committee might have, although there are some experts after me who might have more detailed answers than myself.
Thank you, Senator Dungan. Are there any questions? Did you get any letters supporting this?
I did. I received some letters. I believe the committee also received some letters. There were some individuals who were in support, who worked with these vending machines. There was also a couple of children who had actually picked this out of a list of bills. They did their research. They talked to me about it. They talked to others about it and came to their own conclusion that it was a good law. And so they wrote in letters of support, for which I'm very appreciative.
So children support your bill.
You know,
Even though they can't buy it.
Your lottery bill.
The irony is not lost on me, Chair Lowe. But no, genuinely, they did reach out. I talked to some folks, and I know they were really interested in it, and they did their research. And one thing that I think is really important to note on this, and I know that the committee knows this if they've heard this before, but there are age restrictions both at point of sale and at the collection of the rewards if they do win. So the vending machines do need the ID that can be scanned, and then obviously if you win the lottery ticket, you have to go to a person in order to claim those rewards. So I don't have concerns this is going to lead to children having access. I do appreciate their support, though, despite their inability to use it themselves.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, will you stay to close?
I will.
All right,
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Lowe and members of the committee. My name is Rich Otto, R-I-C-H-O-T-T-O. I appear before you to testify in support of LB 493 on behalf of the Nebraska Retail Federation and the Nebraska Grocery Industry Association. Big thank you to Senator Dungan for introducing this. Again, LB 493 makes one change. It allows Nebraska lottery tickets to be sold through vending machines. First and foremost, for our members, this is a staffing concern. We're trying to free up our staff in convenience stores to grocery stores, allowing consumers to purchase lottery tickets and vending machines just so they have the option of skipping the line and getting what they want in a self-checkout fashion. Not only does it save them time, but it also saves the time of other non-lottery shoppers as well. This is especially true when we have Powerball lines that extend outside the building. Of the 45 states with lotteries, we do have a quick update. We're now down to 2, Nebraska and South Carolina. So Wyoming recently passed the ability to sell Keno in vending. They haven't deployed lottery scratch tickets yet, but they did change the law to allow it. Again, standalone and secure machines require a valid driver's license and barcodes to scan to make sure the player's age is verified. Current Nebraska, we're allowed to sell pickle cards. I think there's hundreds, if not thousands, of pickle card machines that service nonprofits. No age verification is required. Those can be located in gas stations and grocery stores as well. So we think that's a little bit of a misnomer saying that this isn't age verified and is going to encourage those fifth graders to come in and buy lottery tickets that supported the bill. LB 493 would allow self-checkout. Again, through these ways, retailers just want to continue selling lottery tickets. However, we don't want the burden to be put on our employees. Freeing up employees to do other things at the customer service counter and giving the retailer options of adding vending machines seems logical on all fronts. We think this is a win-win for the retailer, the consumer, and the Nebraska Lottery. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Otto. Are there any questions? Seeing none? Thank you. Are there any other proponents?
Hello, Senators. My name is Nathan Burtek, Nathanbertek, from Loos Thrifty Way in Norfolk. We're a small independent retailer, grocery store. And as a lottery retailer, I'm here to voice my support for LB 493. These last few years have been extremely difficult in every aspect of business, but staffing has been probably one of the most continuous to this day. As far as the lottery goes, we've actually had trouble staffing our Nebraska Lottery terminal to the point we almost discontinued the lottery entirely. While we try to offer as many services as possible to our customers, we only have a limited number of labor, or a set number of labor. Along with the continuous rise in minimum wage over the next few years, I find that it's going to be increasingly difficult to staff the lottery. But as far as the vending machines go, they will check IDs. You know, our staff is trained in every aspect to check IDs on anybody that walks through the door for lottery tickets. But the problem is I cannot be there every second to make sure they're doing that. You know, we have rules in place, but I can't oversee everything that goes on. The machines check IDs through and through with that every time. So it has to be verified. They'd be placed, you know, towards the front of the store under still supervision, just not, we would not personally have to go through the sale. The final point I'd like to touch on is that the machines are also bilingual. We have a large percentage of our customers in Norfolk that are non-English speakers. Right now, we do staff some bilingual employees, but I can't have one on staff at all times. The machines have an option for switching over to Spanish, which helps bridge the language barrier between the two. That's about everything I have. If you have any questions, feel free. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burtek. Are there any questions? Senator Brewer.
All right, I gotta get this visual on what this is gonna look like. So I'm gonna show up, you're gonna have this auto distributor.
Correct.
You're gonna take a driver's license and use the barcode on the back, is that how that works?
Correct. They will scan, I thought the back and the front.
Okay, and then that cool ticket that prints out that I have that says I'm gonna win $100 million. It prints that out automatically, spits it out for you, and you just walk off.
After you pay for it. So you'll
Oh
have to
yeah,
put
I
in,
probably should do that.
you'll put in a credit card afterwards, and then it'll print the ticket with your numbers.
But you can do your credit card, you can do the payment part. So you actually don't have human contact and you have your lottery ticket and you walk off.
Correct.
All right.
Thank you, Senator Brewer. Any other questions? Do these machines take cash?
I do not believe they do. I don't believe they dispense cash either. To my knowledge, they'll still have to go to an actual person to redeem the ticket itself.
Okay, so
This is just in the sale of it, I believe.
just the sale. So if somebody wins something, then you still have to pull somebody off the line to come and do the lottery ticket.
Correct. And right now, we have to do it at our lottery terminal. This would allow them to do it on any check stand. So we wouldn't have to be at the specific lottery terminal. We could pay it out through our regular registers.
All right, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Any other proponents? Any opponents? Welcome.
Thank you, Senator. I'm Pat Lunger. I'm the Executive Director of Gambling with the Good Life. Since 1995, we have opposed any form of expanded gambling. My address,
Could you please spell your name?
Loontjer, 12213 Westwood Lane, Omaha. And I'm here today to express what we've expressed for 27 years, is that we are opposed to any form of expanded gambling. And this bill definitely is expanded gambling. It's going to make it much easier for people to lose their money. So one of the things I'd like to read into the record today is a letter from Reverend Lauren Ekdahl, who was in Lincoln for many, many years, and now he's out in Scotts Bluff, and he is one of the founding members of Gambling with the Good Life. And he writes that in the early 1990s, before the lottery bill was signed into law by the Governor Ben Nelson, I testified before this committee on behalf of the United Methodist Church and Society Committee in opposition to the bill, making the committee aware of the United Methodist principal statement that gambling is a menace to society and any attempt to promote it as a source of public revenue should be resisted as immoral public policy. That position still holds true today. I testified several times in opposition to the lottery bill, indicating that it is bad economic policy, not only because it opens the gate to a practice that exploits those vulnerable to addiction, but it collects money from the many and concentrates wealth to a few. I was informed that the bill would only allow $1 ticket sales and consequently heard it over and over again. But this was really the camel that got its head under the tent. And there would be virtually no limit to expansion of gambling in the state of Nebraska. As I observed the proliferation of the gambling revenue in Nebraska, I believe my assessments are accurate, that I was lied to when told the lottery would be limited to only $1 in limited locations. Any attempt on the part of the legislator to make it easy to purchase lottery tickets only adds to the perniciousness of this moral and economic boondoggle. I remember well the day that Governor Nelson signed this bill. It was Ash Wednesday in 1993, and I wrote him a letter chastising him for signing that sin bill into law. And since that happened, the expansion of gambling in Nebraska has steadily increased. We're now looking at casinos, sports betting, and now an expansion as far as the proliferation of the lottery. So I ask that the committee put a stop to this expansion of gambling in our state as an act of moral integrity and sound public policy. So that's the letter from Dr. Ekdahl. It says the statistics show that the average adult, I'm not included, spends approximately $370 a year on lottery tickets. That's hard to believe. And when the lottery was introduced in Texas, the gambling increased 40%. 20% of lottery players account for 71% of the receipts.
All right.
So
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank
today.
you.
I appreciate it. Are there any questions for Ms. Luger? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other opponents? Yes, please. Hello.
Hello. Thank you all. I am Loretta Fairchild, LORETTA PhD economist, raised on a small farm in the Panhandle, and my heart is with all of rural Nebraska. What is wrong with LB 493? It has zero socially redeeming value. For context, I will point all Nebraskans to the words of Senator Ernie Chambers. Over his long career in this legislature, he regularly told the truth about the lottery, and it is a very ugly story. It is regularly marketed in a highly discriminatory manner, targeting the poorest and most financially desperate people. The marketing should be challenged as highly misleading without any warnings like investing in the stock market carries with it the risk of loss. Why is a warning like this missing in every lottery ad and news story? People easily become addicted to the lottery, just as they do to all other forms of gambling. Do we believe that the state of Nebraska has an obligation to every person living here to maintain high standards of good government, including do no harm. The lottery has failed that test since it became law, and vending machines only make it worse. What is the history of taxes on gambling in the US and Nebraska? Just like taxes on alcohol and tobacco, they were called sin taxes. The logic of good government was to use a tax to discourage people from buying items considered harmful or undesirable. Health experts are still trying to discourage the use of alcohol, tobacco, and gambling, all of which are addictive. But state governments have turned the concept on its head as they search for revenue at any cost. Why should the legislature tell persons in Nebraska that it is somehow good for Nebraska and fun for you as a parent to buy lottery tickets instead of feeding your children? Why did the Nebraska legislature ignore Senator Ernie Chambers' truths about the damage of the lottery to Nebraska's people and economy? As we all begin to examine our consciences, please care that much of Nebraska's tax system, including the lottery, is much more damaging to Nebraska's people and the economy than is the income tax. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Ms. Fairchild. Are there any questions? Thank you for coming. Other opponents? Seeing none, are there any in the neutral? Seeing none, Senator Dungan. There were 3 letters in favor, 2 opposed, and 0 in the neutral.
Thank you, Chair Lowe, and thank you, members of the General Affairs Committee. I know you have a lot of bills today. I won't belabor the point. The part of this that I think struck me as potentially the most helpful is the freeing up of labor. I spoke with, again, Mr. Otto from the Retail Federation and also a number of other individuals who have folks who work at the checkout counters or the cashiers who deal with this. And it really would, I think, alleviate a lot of pressure on them. I personally have been in lines that have gone outside of the door, gas stations and things like that, waiting for Powerball to be distributed. It does take a long time. I think it is burdensome. And when we're already facing somewhat of a labor shortage when it comes to certain jobs, I think making sure those folks have the ability to do their job well and not be distracted by other things such as this that take a lot of time and a lot of energy makes sense. So certainly I appreciate the testifiers here today, but I would encourage the committee to vote for this, and I'm happy to answer any additional questions folks might have.
All right. Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Which ends our debate on LB 493. Up next, we have LB 150. Oh, Senator Dover, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Lowe, and good afternoon, committee members. My name is Robert Dover, R-O-B-E-R-T, D-O-V-E-R, and I'm the represent Legislative District 19, which consists of Madison County and part of Pierce County. I've introduced LB 150 to provide cities of the first class and smaller more control over the common areas of designated entertainment districts. The legislation regulating entertainment districts in Nebraska was first passed in 2012. These laws were mostly enacted to fit the needs of Lincoln and Omaha in creating attractive and safe common areas in their cities that provide food and drink to patrons. LB 150 proposed changes have been requested by smaller cities that are more restricted in available space for their entertainment districts. This is due to the fact that their entertainment districts will likely be located in historical downtown or pre-existing area that already has restaurants, bars, and shops. Currently, revised statute Chapter 53, 123.17 requires that common areas have a limited pedestrian accessibility by use of physical barriers and be closed off to vehicular traffic. LB 150 would allow cities of the first class, LB 150 would allow cities of the first class and smaller to regulate safety measures within the common areas of the entertainment district. The city would have to employ reasonable safety measures that include improved lighting, lower traffic speeds, and a prohibition on possession of open containers of alcoholic beverages in streets or highways, except when crossing at a designated crosswalk. Omaha and Lincoln are exempt from this proposed statutory change. It also alleviates the need for all entertainment district licenses holders to provide food service while serving alcoholic beverages. Rather, only one entertainment district license holder would be required to provide food service. This proposed change would include Lincoln and Omaha. LB 150 will allow each city to create an entertainment district that is most suitable for the city and its vision for the district, while maintaining safety measures. Cities of the first class and smaller will be able to customize attractive entertainment districts that boost the local economy. I will be happy to answer any questions that I can. Representatives from a number of cities will follow me to answer any more specific questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Dover. Are there questions? Senator Rabel.
Thank you, Senator Dover. I didn't know if I heard correctly, but you said it would apply to Lincoln and Omaha as well, or no?
No, the getting rid of the requirement for a partition, a physical partition would not affect Lincoln and Omaha.
But what about the prohibition on carrying open alcoholic liquor containers and consuming?
There's no change.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rabel. Any other questions? So then you're thinking, I'm thinking of Kearney. When Kearney does something between the bars, they close down a street and they let the people go out into the street and have a band out there or something like that. Is this kind of what you're thinking of?
No, but we also do that. What this allows for is, like, currently we have, there's a restaurant that has, it's not a very wide restaurant and has just a little bit of space for, a couple tables and some chairs, but then it has to have a partition wall around it, about this tall, probably 40 inches, whatever by code. And by the time you're done, you just have this little monstrosity created here. And we'd like to do is just maybe, for those who've been to this San Antonio Riverwalk, actually the group that were working for 20 years, they always had this dream about in Norfolk of the Riverwalk in San Antonio, which we're thinking, would that ever happen? And actually through Johnson Park, we're kind of doing that. But it'd just be like a little cafe area, a place to have tables along the road and stuff, without having to have individual partitions for each storefront and those kind of things. The city obviously will, lighting restrictions, you can't walk out into the street unless you're going to crosswalk. So they'll be using various things that they believe most useful to provide the safety for the citizens.
So you're going to take the street out and put a river in?
No, you need to come up. It's beautiful. It's actually beautiful what we're doing up there.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Seeing none, will you stay to close?
No, I won't.
Okay. So
We're
waive
back in appropriations.
Closing.
Waive closing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Lowe.
Okay. Proponents to LB 150. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Danielle Myers-Noley, DANIELLEMYERSNOELLE, and I am the city attorney for the city of Norfolk, where I've been employed since 2017. I am here today to testify in support of LB 150, which seeks to make changes to the existing entertainment district framework within the Nebraska Liquor Control Act. I first want to thank Senator Dover for bringing this bill forward. LB 150 emerged from conversations that City of Norfolk staff had with our elected officials. In the last 5 to 7 years, Norfolk's downtown corridor has seen a tremendous uptick in the number of concerts, farmers markets, and other events taking place between May and October every year. Many of these events involve alcohol using a special designated liquor license, and the exciting atmosphere created by these events has led our elected officials to seek a more permanent change to the way that pedestrian traffic moves between eating establishments and bars downtown. After exploring every option and communicating with the Liquor Control Commission, it became clear that our only option was an entertainment district. However, the existing entertainment district statute is not conducive to what the city of Norfolk had in mind. The original bill was drafted in 2012. and the history behind such bill indicates that it was drafted with Omaha and Lincoln in mind. However, the entertainment district statute has not gained much traction with other cities and villages. LB 150 amends the entertainment district law as far as it pertains to cities of the first and second class as well as villages. In conversations with Omaha and Lincoln, their city officials did not want changes to the law as it applied to those cities. And that led to the clear demarcation in LB 150 between Omaha and Lincoln and the rest of Nebraska's cities and villages. The current law does not allow the city of Norfolk to have an entertainment district that meets the needs and layout of our downtown space. So we wanted to modify the existing law to provide for the kind of layout that would work for us. To stop vehicular traffic in downtown Norfolk would have a paralyzing effect on our business, and we simply don't have the traffic count necessitating such change. We understand that the public safety piece of this conversation is vital, and it has been from the beginning when the city of Norfolk met with Senator Dover, the Liquor Control Commission, and others to discuss how to safely implement what we're talking about here today. However, each city knows its downtown layout and needs best, so the ordinance contemplated within this law should be formulated in a way to allow elected officials and cities closely with their police department to enact needed public safety measures. LB 150 contemplates using mechanisms such as enhanced lighting, reduced speed limits, and improved signage to slow down traffic and makes it clear that pedestrian activity is the primary mode of transport within the entertainment district. With that in mind, I will do my best to entertain any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for testifying. Are there any questions? So you're just talking about putting tables and chairs out on the sidewalk, basically, or what are you planning to do with the entertainment district?
So I can speak only specifically to the city of Norfolk, but what we are talking about here is the bill, the statute that was enacted in 2012. It already has mechanisms in place for an ordinance by a city council to establish parameters in any space, but here we're contemplating our downtown district, and it's within that space that alcohol can be consumed. However, in the current statute, it only allows for that to be the case if the streets are closed. So within this, for cities of the first class and second class, the streets don't necessarily have to be closed. However, there are going to be public safety mechanisms in place, like reducing the speeds, some sort of signage and lighting, like things like that will reduce the speeds, but won't necessarily close down the streets. So that if you're a licensee and you're within the district, the entertainment district, you would be able to carry your glass, which is marked with the licensee's name. You would be able to carry that from bar to bar as long as it's within the entertainment district.
So you have traffic going through.
Yes.
At a reduced speed, whatever that reduced speed is. Are you going to allow parking?
Allow what?
Parking?
Yes.
Along that street?
Yes, there will still be parking allowed on the street.
So the people walk between cars to go to the next bar across the street?
Well, within LB 150, it says that you can only cross with a drink in your hand at a designated crosswalk. So if you went in the street, I would expect that if you were carrying a drink in the street and you weren't at a marked crosswalk, that you would be cited for open container, just like you would currently.
What would stop somebody from, say you walk out of a bar with a Coors Light in your hand and you drink that Coors Light outside and then you grab a Coors Light from your car and then you walk into another establishment with a Coors Light and they don't know where you got it from?
That is correct. I don't know what would stop somebody from doing that currently, Senator. My only answer to that question would be that as contemplated within LB 150 and actually within the statute as it currently exists, in order to be part of the entertainment district and to be carrying drinks within that entertainment district, it has to be in a cup that has the name of the licensee so that it's clear where the individual got that cup from. If you were walking down the street with a Coors Light can, I would imagine that would, again, be subject to the open container citation because of the fact that it's not in accordance with the current statute for LB 150.
Okay, what happens if you pour a Coors Light into that cup?
As long as the bar owner, the licensee would do that, and then you would be out in the street with the licensee's name on your cup within the entertainment district, then that would be legal currently.
What would happen if you walked out with a beer in a cup and you gave it to a child in your car? What's to stop that? Because you're no longer in the bar, the child has not been carded, he's not being watched.
Your point is well taken, Senator. I can't speak necessarily to how exactly we're going to prevent everything like that. I think there's some of that already happening within the existing framework of the Liquor Control Act. I would hope that's not an issue. But in terms of how the city of Norfolk would set up our entertainment district, we plan on using things like signage and lighting, and I hope that would reduce some of that. In addition, if there was a minor child that was out carrying one of those glasses, it would be clear which licensee was responsible for that. And so there would be follow-up there, and that could result in the revocation of that licensee's license.
I'm just thinking that that's kind of been the purpose of closing off a street, to kind of alleviate some of those problems in the past.
Correct.
All right, thank you. Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Chair Lowe, and thank you for being here. So I'm imagining Norfolk, I apologize, I don't know the street, but that main drag there that's got all the restaurants with kind of the nice tree canopy.
Correct, Norfolk Avenue.
Norfolk Avenue. It's beautiful if you haven't been there, and there's a lot of really cool things going on there.
Thank you.
So would it be that entire, whatever, 4-block area, or what's the confines of a district?
Thank you for the question. As currently contemplated, that if this were to pass, that would be something that would be covered in our ordinance in the city council. The city council would vote on that and move that forward. As we currently anticipate, it would be just down there within Norfolk Avenue and the adjacent streets, right in that contained area. The parameters of that will also be dictated by the number of bar and restaurant applicants. So the licensees will probably kind of dictate that to some end. If they're all interested, then that will set the boundaries of what that district would be. But as we currently contemplate, it would be downtown Norfolk, right around the Norfolk Avenue area.
So what happens if 2 restaurants or bars want to be in, and then somebody in the middle doesn't want to be part, and then 2 more people? Does that person just, or do they have to police anybody trying to bring in alcohol from outside, or what's going to happen there?
Yes, and that's a good question. I think that there would be some policing that's necessary, just like with currently. I think bar owners don't appreciate when you bring in a liquor container, and usually I don't think they let you leave their bar with one. So that would definitely need to be in place, because they wouldn't be licensed, and so there wouldn't be one of those cups with their name on it until they went through the application process and paid the fee. So there would be some self-policing in that regard. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for testifying.
Thank you.
Next, proponent.
Good afternoon, Chairman Lowe, members of the committee. My name is Josh Moning, Joshmoening. I'm the mayor of the city of Norfolk. First, I want to thank Senator Dover for bringing the bill forward. I'd also like to thank Danny Myers-Noley, who you just heard from, our Norfolk City Attorney, and the League of Municipalities for their careful work in helping craft this legislation. As you can see, and as you've heard, the bill was written to create as little disruption as possible to the existing statute, while also making entertainment districts allowable and feasible in non-metro Nebraska cities. City of Norfolk is fully supportive of this change. We support the bill for these reasons. First, accessibility and fairness. In the approximately 10 years since the entertainment district statute's adoption, only 2 districts have been established in the state, both in Lincoln and Omaha. For various reasons, the law has proven inaccessible for cities of the first class and smaller. We believe the changes in LB 150 provide a more level playing field for rural and urban communities alike. Second, the change provides economic development opportunities via tourism and placemaking, both things of which our state needs more. Norfolk has placed specific focus on elevating quality of life to attract visitors and newcomers and retain youth. We are leveraging our uniqueness to do so, for example, by redeveloping the North Fork of the Elkhorn River, as Senator Dover mentioned, into a recreational and cultural draw. We are revitalizing our downtown via sidewalk cafes, sculpture walks, murals featuring regional artists, farmers markets, live music events, and enhanced walkability. We are encouraging people to be outdoors, to walk more and drive less, and circulate throughout our downtown. As they do so, they shop, eat, drink, and spend money. An entertainment district, we believe, would only enhance and strengthen the unique, lively, and eclectic environment of our downtown. Third, we fundamentally believe in both local control and breaking down regulatory barriers where they need not be. Should LB 150 be adopted, no cities and towns will be required to have an entertainment district. They will have the option, however, to create one, should they carefully execute plans to do so, working with their public safety officials to accommodate the safety measures laid out in the bill. And I would note here that the discussion in Norfolk has been closely monitored and been in conjunction with our public safety officials and our police department. Lastly, I'd like to note the certain irony that exists since the adoption of the to-go cocktail law during the pandemic and still in place today. Right now, an individual can order from an establishment a cocktail to go for purposes of getting into a vehicle and driving away. That same individual is prohibited from walking said to-go cocktail down the sidewalk, enjoying it while taking in the surroundings of a quaint Nebraska downtown district. LB 150 allows communities to change that if they so choose. For these reasons, I encourage your support of the bill and would answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mayor Moning. Are there any questions? The cocktail to go that walks out now, get in your car to go, are they allowed to drink that in their car?
No.
Okay.
No. But they are allowed to take it out of the establishment into their vehicle.
Yeah.
And
But you
from
still
there
can-
on.
You still can take that out of your, out of the place of business and walk down the street to your home.
Yeah. This bill simply allows for the transport. We want to encourage walkability throughout our downtown. We think that it helps our businesses throughout downtown. We think it helps create a culture that helps us, again, retain youth and attract visitors and newcomers. And tourism through our riverfront redevelopment project and other downtown revitalization efforts has been very important to us. We've looked at models. I know Danny did a lot of work, the league did a lot of work in looking at models from throughout the country that allow such to-go container districts. And I think they can be enforced reasonably. We, again, have had discussions with our police department. We started a bike cop program in Norfolk a few years ago, and the intent here would be to have officers regularly patrolling the downtown district. And I think that helps with in measures like community policing as well.
Thank you. You want to promote walking, so wouldn't it be better to close off parking on the street so they have to walk from a distance to those?
Yeah,
places?
and like was said, we do have some events in which that takes place, but they're very confined and unlimited. We had that discussion trying to make this work within existing law, but shutting down our entire downtown district, which Senator mentioned, is several blocks long. It's a linear, dense corridor. Just wouldn't be feasible because a good amount of parking is on the street downtown, and having this operate in a way in which would, again, enhance walkability and bring more people to these businesses, shutting down parking on a semi-consistent basis, semi-permanent basis, just would not be feasible.
Thank you. And you've done a good job with that downtown district. It's a beautiful area.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Kevin.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for being here, Mayor. First off, I just wanted to give a shout out also to your bus system. Forklift is one of the best mass transit names I've ever seen.
I'm not going to take the credit for that name, but I did go to bat for it. It was actually my idea, and I had to go to bat for it. It was with a case study.
Right decision. That was the right decision. I love it. And yeah, you guys did beautiful down there. I don't remember if is that state highway that runs through that street there?
It is not.
Okay.
It is not.
So I was just thinking about, like, in terms of this, would this allow you to set a certain parameter and then potentially expand it, or would you have to go back to the drawing board, or how do you know how that would work?
Yes, as I understand it, the city council would have the ability to draw up the specific geographic boundaries of this district, and that could be changed or amended, given. I mean, it could be limited as well, So I think our council, of which is unanimously supportive of this, would look naturally at a location like our downtown, which again is dense and linear. And I would imagine would drop a district that is at first more limited. If it seems to be working reasonably well, could amend it to expand it.
And normally you picture one of these things, a district like this, it does have these kind of physical barriers that mark the exit of it. So if we're taking away the physical barriers, how is a person going to be on notice that they can't carry their drink past 10th Street or whatever?
Right. And I think the legislation does reference signage, a number of things that a community would have to do within these districts to promote safety and visibility. So, what we would intend to do is have plenty of signage. We've already incorporated traffic calming measures and speed controls within that district. You mentioned the tree canopy, things like that create an environment in which you're in a place and you're moving out of a place. And I think that would be accented with signage, clearly stating where the district is and where it's not.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Campbell. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Lowe and committee members. My name is Josh Eichmeyer, Josh Eickmeier. I am the mayor of Seward. While the city does not have any immediate plans for an entertainment district, I am supportive of this bill for what it could mean for communities like Seward in the future if we were so inclined to pursue economic development opportunities. The real reason I'm here is because I made the critical mistake of telling Mayor Moaning that I was legal counsel for this committee at one time and helped draft the original entertainment district, which apparently qualified me as a historian. And so here I am to just give a few thoughts on what happened was the rail yard was being planned and the developers for the rail yard wanted to create something similar to the Power and Light District in Kansas City. And so when we had that initial discussion, I brought up the concerns of open container as well as who's liable if there is an issue of a minor in possession, for example. And so those issues were addressed in the original entertainment district legislation. And the thing about that was, at the time, there was no rail yard. So as the negotiation occurred between senators and the developers, they could craft the legislation in a way that everyone could agree on. And then once it was passed, they could then build to suit, if you will. Most communities in Nebraska have 100-year-old downtowns, 100-year-old buildings, 100-year-old infrastructure. It wasn't planned out in the way with an entertainment district in mind. And that's part of the challenge. In the original bill, you had a round peg and a round hole that fit pretty neatly for what Lincoln was trying to accomplish with the rail yard. Now you have square pegs and round holes. And so communities are often trying to revitalize their downtown, become more economic development oriented. And this is one of those ways to accomplish that. And so I'd be happy to discuss any more of the history, but hopefully with bills like I would not be surprised if this were to pass in the future. There may be other tweaking that's requested because each community is going to have different needs, and being able to make it fit those needs is going to be part of the challenge. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mayor. Are there any questions? Yes, Vice Chair Hughes.
Thank you, Chairman Lowe. I feel like I have to ask a question because this is the mayor of Seward. It's my district. What could you see for Seward with something like this?
Well, I mean, the whole idea of the entertainment district is to have a public space where you can consume alcohol. You run into open container issues without it. But you can't legally take an open container out of a licensed establishment. You talked earlier about you can take off sale or, things that are supposedly sealed and take those out, but it can't be open. And so this is a way if you wanted to have allow public consumption to be able to do that. Seward is unique in that it has the downtown courthouse square. It also has a very large 4th of July celebration. You do kind of need a critical mass of licensees, though, to make this make sense. Like the Power and Light District, for example, there's a licensee next to licensee next to licensee. You have places you can walk to. You may have, like at the Power and Light District, they'll have concerts a lot of times. And I think that's what Norfolk is thinking about doing. For Seward, I don't know if it would make sense, but perhaps at some point around the band shell in the downtown area on the 4th of July, it may make sense to have something like that. But this would be this bill is the next step in making that possible. Because currently, as you've heard, it's just not flexible or malleable enough to be able to accomplish those goals as currently drafted. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hughes. Any other questions? Seeing none? Thanks.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, committee members. I am Jim Anderson, Mayor of Ashland, JIMANDERSON. And I'm here with a letter of support for LB 150, which I will read. Committee members, I would like to take a moment to express my support for LB 150 designating an entertainment district. The designation of this type of district has the potential to be an economic boom for communities like Ashland, Seward, and Norfolk, and all across the state of Nebraska. Ashland has capitalized on our galleries, boutiques, shops, dining, and drinking establishments, and proximity to Mahoney State Park and the Air and Space Museum in our quest to find our niche in an ever-changing economy. Our niche undoubtedly has much to do with tourism. Adding a district like this where events can feature drinks from the local winery expands the types of events that can be held in downtown Ashland and gives us another tool in our economic development toolbox. The benefits of LB 150, coupled with the Creative District program, will give back to the entire city through sales tax dollars brought in from events and expanded tourism opportunities. These sales tax dollars help fund our library operations and programming, infrastructure projects, park and pool operations, and so much more. As we know, committees across the state are struggling to keep young individuals and families seeking a vibrant social life in their towns. The draw of larger cities with a wide variety of events and opportunities in their communities is difficult to compete with. Allowing our communities to get creative and offer options, such as entertainment districts, helps to level out the playing field when young adults and families are deciding where to put down roots and start building their lives. Please don't hesitate to reach out to myself or our city administrator if you have questions regarding how this can further benefit the city and communities like ours. Sincerely, Jim Anderson, Mayor. I thank you for being here, for allowing us to be here.
Thank you, Mayor Anderson. Are there any questions? I just drove through Ashland this weekend.
You better slow down when you go through.
My wife was with me. I was driving slow.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, folks.
Mr. Hill, how are you?
Well, I'm good, Chairman Lowe, Good afternoon, Chairman Lowe, members of the General Affairs Committee. My name is Eric Hellriegel, ERICHELLRIEGEL. And I'm here before you in support of LB 150. And I won't go into, there's been a lot of good testimony that you've already heard, so I'll keep my comments very, very brief for the sake of time. This is another opportunity for those of us in outstate Nebraska to look towards economic development and to provide various opportunities that are in demand within our communities. We've seen a couple of sidewalk cafe facilities go up in downtown Kearney on the bricks. We've seen an influx of events within our community, from concerts to gatherings for people. And this has been very important for our community, particularly after the COVID-19 pandemic. And it's exciting that this is in front of all of you today for consideration. It's simply another tool, it's another lever for communities in outstate Nebraska to compete with dollars that we know are ending up in Lincoln and Omaha for similar purposes. So it's obviously a policy decision, and it would be for any community that would undertake whether this would be for their community. But I think it's worthy for the committee to consider some of these options and consider the legislation as it's proposed today. I should also mention that we've seen in Kearney, and Senator Lowe's been part of this, is we've seen a significant amount of public-private partnership that has gone on. We've seen redevelopment, we've seen a lot of reinvestment into our community. And it's interesting when we drive through and you see another building, that was constructed in the late 1800s that's going under a significant renovation. Those renovations are taking care of life safety issues. They're bringing those facilities up for code. They're being used for housing, for retail, for hospitality, which really is a key. Those are three legs of the stool that are really part of keeping our downtowns successful in our various communities. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you today. I'd be happy to entertain any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? How are the tourists coming in for the cranes?
Well, they're really, it's starting to happen. I had a Facebook memory come up that there was a Cranes on Parade function, several years ago, and it had to do with various sculptures that were created by local and regional artists that brought folks into our community. And tourism is a big part of what we do. You look at our motel district, you look at our whitewater park, you look at the diversity of things that we continue to do in Kearney, Nebraska. It's very unique, it's very special. And so, we benefit from, late February to mid-April with folks from all over the world that come to Kearney, Nebraska to see the crane migration. So it's a very special time. We think this type of unique, those opportunities are what make Kearney's success. And, we're excited to see what the future holds for our community.
Thank you. Is Kearney planning a entertainment district?
Not at this time. It'll certainly be a policy decisions of our elected officials. I can tell you, really being the staff liaison for downtown for the past number of years, there have been talks, and again, we've approved sidewalk cafe licenses for various entities. Certainly if this legislation goes through, it would be something that would be evaluated if it's of importance to our downtown stakeholders. At this time, we don't have any plans, but again, it's a nice opportunity to have in front of us for consideration. There has been talk. Again, when you're talking about communities that were platted in the 1870s, like the city of Kearney is, the way the railroad laid out our downtown doesn't exactly work in a lot of conventional ways for hosting events and those types of things. This merely gives us an avenue to explore those and meet the needs of our business owners and our citizens who may look for an alternative way for entertainment in our own community.
All right, thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Senators, and staff. My name is Lyle Lutt, Lylelutt. I'm the Director of Administrative Services for the City of Norfolk. I've been employed since 1989 and served in various capacities since then. Testifying in support of the bill, obviously, and we'll talk a little bit about risk management and how it would potentially get implemented in Norfolk. Obviously, our elected officials are big proponents of this. Primary reason we're here today is because of their thoughts and ideas and how can this become an accomplishment. If this were to pass, we would, as a city, sit down and talk with the law enforcement, police, fire, EMS, parks, streets, ED, economic development, figure out what everything is needed to make this a successful entity, and try and strike a balance between what our elected officials want and what the hopes and the divisional functionality can be to make this a safe, beneficial, and enjoyment opportunity for the citizens and the visitors to the community. As Mayor Moaning mentioned, it gives the opportunity to communities to partake in this, not necessarily obligation. However, those communities that do choose to partake in this, I suspect are going to be trying to enhance the quality of life throughout their community, which plays into another aspect of my role with the city, and that's recruitment and retention. Obviously, you've heard some discussion about that already, so I'm not going to go into too much detail, but I sit in on a lot of interviews, and I'm not going to speak for the rest of the employers throughout the community or throughout your communities, throughout the state. You can probably draw your own conclusions. But for finding staff, good quality people, it's a knife fight in a phone booth, trying to get people to locate to your city and maintain them in the city. And even though the passage of this bill, if it were to come to pass, would not necessarily be the end-all be-all for the hiring issues, it would be maybe help with the person that's trying to decide whether to move to the city of Norfolk to take a job versus Kansas City or Butte, Montana, that brings them to the community from the quality for life aspect, or from the retention aspect, the one that's already sitting there employed through one of the businesses or industries and thinking they want to go off to somewhere else to help keep them home, to help keep them within the community, to raise their families. Thank you for considering this bill. Thank you for this opportunity. Do you have questions, comments, or concerns?
Thank you, Mr. Love. Are there any questions? You brought up a point about being short-staffed in the establishments and things like that. As we make this entertainment district, who's going to be monitoring the entertainment district outside? Will that be the city of, whether it's Norfolk or wherever else?
You mean the physical barriers?
Well, just maintaining that things are happening properly. You know, whether it's minors drinking or somebody doing something they shouldn't be doing.
That's an excellent question, Chairman, and that comes back to where we were talking earlier about making sure we fully understand, we as staff fully understand what the elected officials want, that we get the buy-in from the division heads, specifically in your question, law enforcement, what's going to be their comfort level with enforcement, and trying to get that into a written form to a position where they can be successful and citizens that want to partake can be successful. And enjoyment, I suppose.
I think it was the mayor that said that they now have enforcement on bikes.
That's correct.
Will this pull them away from their other duties?
That's a tough one for me to say. That would be better for a law enforcement agency. It's
kind of added on to whatever else they're doing now. So.
Yeah, it would be. It would be something else to consider in the community. And we could factor it in that way as far as it's an additional role and responsibility, or we would probably prefer to see it as another opportunity as far as instead of an obligation. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. Thank you.
Others?
Any other questions? Seeing none? Thank you.
Thank you.
So Senator Lowe, members of the committee, my name is Lynn Rex, Lynnrex, representing the League of Nebraska Municipalities. Thank you for your consideration today. We're here today in strong support of LB 150. And just to respond to some of the questions that have been raised, what this bill would really allow is for first-class cities, second-class cities and villages by ordinance to have their elected officials work with stakeholders. This is not something that we would envision would happen over a period of a month or two just with the city council. This would be stakeholders. Let's take Norfolk, Nebraska. They'd be working with their various establishments within the area to determine what works and what doesn't. Certainly law enforcement, critically important in terms of what they think the capacity would be, and they want to do it safely. So we just want you to know that we think that this will be one of those circumstances where when you look at the elements of the 4 major elements to establish an entertainment district in this bill, 3 of the 4 are identical to what Lincoln and Omaha are doing. It is the 4th one on the last page of the bill that outlines the difference. And that difference is basically making sure that you have lower speed limits, that you have signage, that you have a number of things to make sure that it is safe for the public. And I think, quite frankly, I think it's going to be one of the safer ways in which municipalities can try to incent people to come in their downtown area. In addition, we don't envision that municipalities across the state will all do it the same way. So you may, for example, I'm hypothetically making this up, Senator Lowe, that in Kearney, Nebraska, they may decide it's only going to be on these weekends or on these events that they would allow that. Not every day, not every night, but on certain events in certain times. Just like the mayor of Seward indicated, perhaps it's on the 4th of July weekend when they're already closing streets and doing things. So this has some great capacity to really just enhance a quality of life in a community and really make it vibrant. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you have. We really respectfully hope that you advance this bill to committee so that this can be considered this year, hopefully.
Thank you, Ms. Rex. Are there any questions? So we're talking about closing streets and not closing streets. And when I think of the rail yard in downtown Lincoln, it's got a barrier. The facility in Omaha, I'm not sure. Does it have a barrier? Do you know?
It's a barrier, but not in the same way that it would be in Lincoln. It's different, but I mean, it is a limited area and a designated area for sure. But when you look at, and that means, for example,
With no traffic driving through.
I'm sorry?
With no traffic driving through.
That's true. And so the differential here on page 5 is that this has the signage, the lighting, the reduced motor vehicle speeds and that sort of thing. But I think I just want to underscore the importance of allowing other municipalities to do this sort of thing and compete with what's going on in their surrounding states, whether it's a Kansas City or some of these other areas. And again, in a very limited way, I think you're going to find that you're not going to have a municipality do this without their risk managers, their chiefs of police and others partnering with the local retailers, with your local businesses, your city councils and others to make the determination of what makes sense and probably a very small area to begin. And then by ordinance, they may expand that. But I think that it is very possible to do this in a very safe way, or else it won't be done, because they have liability too. So they're going to make sure that this is done properly.
So if there is a liquor violation that happens in the entertainment district, who gets fined?
For example, you'll note that this requires, as it does in Omaha and in Lincoln, that they have a logo. So if one is going from place to place with that drink, it's got to have that logo, that cup. They just can't be walking around. And so I think you're going to find, frankly, more compliance with something like this because you're going to have a greater law enforcement presence.
So if I own Joe's Cafe and I serve somebody a beer with my logo on it, and he walks over to a restaurant that I can't even see from my establishment because it's a block and a half away, sits down at a table that's outside and gives the minor my beer, I have to have watchful eye a block and a half away?
My understanding is everyone within that entertainment district is going to have the same logo. So basically what you're talking about here is that everybody has a responsibility. all of the bar owners have a responsibility. All the restaurants have a responsibility to make sure that it's not just going to be up to the law enforcement. They also have some skin in this game. And I think they want to make it successful. So they're going to do everything to make sure that that doesn't happen.
All my questions are just wanting to make sure that
I understand.
that doesn't happen. So
No, I do understand.
I appreciate it.
No, I do understand. And I appreciate your concern because I know that you have experience in the area in terms of what happens and what can happen. And we appreciate your experience.
And I may have done it in the past, supposedly. Any other questions? Yes, Senator Hart.
In Scottsbluff County, we have the finest event in Nebraska known as the Rubber Check Race. If you haven't seen it, you have to come see it. In a nutshell, we have a beer garden outside, and you have to present an ID. Minors are not allowed in. Is that the kind of thing that you would imagine might take place within the entertainment districts, where you essentially have to get a band, a wristband that allows you into it, and it proves that you demonstrated an ID and that you're old enough to be there? Is that
I
the
don't
kind
think
of
it's going to be closed just to adults.
I see.
But the reality is, in terms of what the enforcement's going to be, it's going to be very restrictive, and it has to be. And so you're not going to have a situation where you're just going to have people walking around handing kids drinks, because frankly, there will be law enforcement there, and there will be people making sure that that does not occur. And of course, the bar owners have a responsibility here too. They're going to make sure that doesn't happen. So what we would envision, Senator, is that this is going to first begin as a very small area to make sure that it's successfully done and it's safely done, and then they will likely expand it to something a little bit bigger.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
One more question along that same line and along my earlier question. Say you have two bars, but there might be 5 establishments in between, a jewelry store and other things. Who monitors that area? Where those glasses are, because now you're looking down the street and you're not just focusing on your area in front of your establishment.
My perspective would be that you would have local law enforcement there, and again, in a much higher presence than you would normally. That's why I would envision that for many municipalities looking at this, this is not going to be maybe even an every weekend sort of thing. It might ultimately become that, but initially it's not going to be that. I think it's going to be making sure that it can be done safely, and that there's going to be a presence. So you're not just going to have people just walking around. And I think what Mayor Moaning talked about is very relevant here in terms of what can be done in downtown Norfolk. And also you think about what Mayor Josh Eichmeyer said in terms of the area. For example, Senator Hughes is very familiar with this. The square area in Seward would be a great location to have, just the same way that you have a pretty dominant law enforcement presence when you have your 4th of July celebration and other celebrations like that. So you're going to have increased law enforcement.
Thank you, Ms. Vargas.
No, thank you very much. Thanks for the questions and the concern.
Thank you.
Thanks for your courtesy this afternoon. Thanks.
Are there any other proponents? Are there any opponents? Is there anybody in the neutral?
Thank you, Chairman Lowe, members of the General Affairs Committee. Once again, my name is Hobart Group, Hobertrupe, Executive Director of the Nebraska Liquor Control Commission. And right up until Mayor Ike was brought in, I thought I would be the only person who remembers who was involved in the original drafting of this bill back in the day. But I think Senator Rainbow was there as involved as well. The interesting part about that, I remember Senator Landis was part of the deal when he was working for the city. And, you know, he kept going for how he wanted it, and I kept poking holes in some of his things. And his response was, well, Hobie, do you not want this? I said, no. I go, but in your mind, you're seeing people listening to smooth jazz and drinking Chardonnay, and we have to regulate to keep fraternity boys from doing cake stands. One thing I will correct, there are 4 jurisdictions which have adopted entertainment districts, Omaha and Lincoln, but also Beatrice and Alliance also have entertainment districts. Alliances is very similar to what was been described, though it's a street that's then when it's utilized, it's completely shut down. They shut down, I think it's a 2-block area with, I think, 6 partial things. So the existing statute has been used. But in their case there, because when they came to us, we said, well, it's got to be clearly shut down to the streets. And the cities create the entertainment districts. The commission then would have to issue what's called an endorsement, E license on top of it. So you'll get your normal I or C license. And then you have to get additional E on top of it, there's additional fees, and it's regulatory in that respect. The interesting thing, for instance, Beatrice's is an all interior entertainment district. It was an old historic building. They turned into a lot of bars and shops and restaurants and allow you to go between them all in the entertainment district. So there have been some utilizations of it that were not as designed, because Josh is correct. I'm sorry, Mayor Eichmeyer is correct. This very much was designed to create what we got originally. It was trying, the original statute was very clearly patterned after the Power and Light District, trying to learn from their mistakes. But it has been used for other purposes. So I just want to first of all clear the record. There are other jurisdictions which have utilized it. The other issue is, to your question, Chairman, the evil part about this statute is also got a joint and several liability. The reason why they're carrying cups around is so we can prove who sold to the minor. If you can't, technically the commission can go after all 7 or 8 licensees in there. And it's not really up for us to prove the minor got the alcohol, just the minor had access within the license. The purpose of it originally was, how can we have 5 or 6 locations, all with very nice, what we call sidewalk cafes, without the fences between them? And that was what was designed originally in the statute. That's really what you see primarily in the Haymarket, Capital District in Omaha, are very much traditionally as the statute was intended at the time. But as I say, we've got the 2 locations which have sort of gone, colored outside the lines a little bit, but still within the statute. So with that, I see them into the red. It's amazing how fast those minutes go when you're talking. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director. Are there any questions? So a minor gets caught with a cup, and there are 7 establishments in this entertainment district. What's the process?
If they're stopped with minor in possession, and they're carrying Hobie's Hooch Hut, I always use that as a thing, and that's the place which the cup is, more than likely they'll issue what's called administrative citation to Hobie's Hooch Hut. And then they would file, then we would go through the normal administrative procedure. If somehow they're not in a logo glass, that's one reason why the logo glass is required in there is, if a minor's drunk in there and we can't show where the alcohol came from, potentially, we have not done it, but under the statute, we could cite all 6 or 7 because they all have joint liability for that common area. The key thing you have to remember is, let's say there's 7 bars, they're all in charge of what's interior, but they all have to be adjoining what's called the common area. And the common area is what is jointly licensed by all people who are attached to it.
Okay, so my scenario where the minor's drinking in front of some other establishment and it was brought up that all the glasses are the same, so everybody's responsible.
Well, that's one reason I would have to disagree with Lynn. I mean, you're not going to get all this. I mean, it's going to say Hobie's Hooch Hut, Eichmeyer's Beer Club, Raybold's Bar and Grill. I mean, they all should be, once a day may all say district, but the other side should be brand logoed with the establishment where the cup came from. And that way we know where to start the investigation.
Okay.
And sometimes, unfortunately, in these common areas, the transaction will between, the 23-year-old guy goes up there and gets 2 beers, goes over, hands it over to the 19-year-old girlfriend. And unfortunately, that happens in bars as well, bars and restaurants as well. I mean, it's one of those things where we always emphasize that not only normal areas, but especially at common areas like this, that there's walking patrols to look for that. Because, at that point in time, he just committed a crime. He just committed a class 1 misdemeanor by supplying that minor that alcohol. So.
All right, thank you. Senator Raybold.
So I just wanted to clear up at Raybold's Bar and Grill, because it's in Lincoln, they all check for ID.
Yep.
you get a wristband. And so all those that are legal to drink have a wristband. And like at the rail yard, we have off-duty police officers or private security, depending upon how big the event gets. And probably in Seward, that's a huge crowd for the 4th of July, but it's kind of difficult with their square, but they would be doing some of those safeguards that we learned
Absolutely
that
right.
make a lot of sense.
Yeah, a lot of times at big events, at these kind of events, you sort of take the things that you're seeing from big SDLs. Because remember, there's always SDLs events. I mean, that's what 4th of July we Seward event. I mean, we get those. And so a lot of those best practices definitely transfer over. Absolutely right, Senator.
And also Wilbur Check Festival set the standard too.
Wilbur Check Festival is an interesting issue for liquor enforcement.
That's right.
Thank you, Senator Raybold. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other in the neutral? Seeing none. Senator Dover waived closing, so that ends our discussion on LB 150. Next up, let's see, there was one proponent for LB 150, one opponent, and one in the neutral letters that came in. We are now on LB 403. Senator Vargas, welcome. We've been waiting.
Oh, yes, I'm sure.
You can clear out a room.
That's what I've been told. It's a very interesting previous hearing, by the way. It was really good to hear. Let me know when you're ready.
We are ready.
Ready to go.
Please.
Okay. Here we go. Thank you, Chairman Lowe and members of the General Affairs Committee. My name is Senator Tony Vargas, Tonyvargas. I represent District 7 in downtown and South Omaha. I'm here to introduce LB 403, which I introduced on behalf of the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild. This bill will amend the portion of the Nebraska Liquor Control Act which deals with self-distribution provisions for craft beer licensees. Now, like most of you, I have craft breweries in my district. I understand the need to adapt the heavy regulation of this industry to facilitate the economic development throughout the state. I appreciate the successful efforts last session to allow limited self-distribution for craft brewers. However, more change is necessary, and you will hear from testifiers today who will outline why the self-distribution cap should be increased from 250 barrels to 5,000 barrels per year. The purpose of LB 403 is to accommodate self-distribution needs for craft beer licensees who are already up against the current 250 barrel cap, and those who will need more flexibility due to distributors' ongoing choices to reduce services for breweries and brands throughout the state. LB 403 also clarifies language in last year's bill regarding the use of common carriers or of employees and vehicles. Most employees have more than one job, and often brewery vehicles are used for more than just the brewery and their operations. Also, the distributors are allowed to use common carriers. Of states which have adopted self-distribution for craft beer, Nebraska's current cap of 250 barrels is one of the lowest. And even with LB 403's request for 5,000 barrels, Nebraska would still be at the low end of states which allow self-distribution of beer. These issues inspired me to introduce LB 403. I'm happy to answer your questions, but I do prefer you listen first to the proponents for this bill and their attorney, who will provide examples and analysis to support this legislation and bill. I remain open, as do the Guild's members, to amendments to LB 403, which would accomplish the simple goals of this bill. I welcome the opportunity to continue work this committee has dedicated itself to, especially within the beer industry in Nebraska. One thing that I will note in this one pager I shared with you, it's very short, and the intent was to just share with you more information on where these self-distribution caps are in other states. I hate losing to Wyoming, and Wyoming being at 30,000 barrels seems like we can do a bit better. Thank you very, very much, and I'm happy to answer the questions.
Thank you, Senator Vargas. Are there any questions? Senator Day.
Thank you, Chairman Lowe, and thank you, Senator Vargas. 250 barrels. So I'm new to the General Affairs Committee. I don't know if you understand any of the history. Why is ours so extremely low compared to the other states around us?
You know, to be honest, I think that's why we have this hearing, and there's been continued work from this committee in the past, and for Senator Lowe and others that have been on the committee. They've pushed for a lot of changes in this area, but I think part of this has to do with if we're actually willing to make changes in legislation in regards to this cap, it's all done in the work that we do here. You know, even when we've passed a couple of bills last year for, let's say, for small distilleries, this cap was introduced at a time where we thought it was competitive with the market, and we increased it to be able to allow for more of these small distilleries to be able to grow their industry. And I think this is just an area where we are just woefully out of step. And it's time for us to, even if we did the 5,000 barrels, it's still extremely low. We should be encouraging small businesses to develop into stronger, small and medium-sized businesses.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Day. Senator Vice Chair Hughes.
Senators. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Senator Vargas. So new to the committee as well, and maybe following a little bit in line with Senator Day. Can you tell me the history of when, like how many years ago because I'm guessing breweries weren't allowed to distribute at all, and then like when that happened, and then what was the original amount, and then like has it stepped up over the years, or do you know that history?
I think it'll be easier to have some of the testifiers, and I'll make sure to close and address questions that haven't been answered.
Okay.
But I think it'll be much more, well, honestly, I think it'd be more persuasive hearing it from both the individuals that own these craft breweries. So I'll leave it up to them.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, will you stay to close then,
Yeah.
since you're going to listen and participate?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Yes. And for a while, I was joking with somebody back there. You kept using the Coors Light as the example.
Bush.
At one point it was Bush, and I joked. I was like, I didn't know if you were working for Coors for a short stint there, but I appreciate you. I'm going to stick around.
All right. Thank you. Please.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Good. My name is Nathan Haeft, Nathan Hoeft. I am the owner and sometimes brewer at First Street Brewing Company and the current president of the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild. I've had the privilege of speaking to this body several times over the last few years, and I can tell you this desk never gets less intimidating. So I am a proponent of LB 403. You may not know my history, but we are one of the main reasons that self-distribution got passed in the last legislative session. We had difficulty in finding representation in Lincoln and Omaha, and were basically blocked from those markets for a little over 2 years. I can explain those circumstances later if you like. Since being allowed self-distribution, I can tell you we have seen a marked difference in our distribution. We really began self-distribution in about August of last year. And I can tell you in the last quarter of the year, we distributed almost 40% of our total distribution for the year in that last quarter. So we have seen an improved response to our beers and to our retailer relationships as well. From a selfish perspective, I'm a proponent of this bill because I'm very tired. I would like to be able to hire somebody to take care of this for me. And right now, with it being at 250 barrels, it's very difficult to work out the financial side of it to make it so I can purchase another vehicle and create another full-time position within our business. I would very much like to do so. And really, that's my speaking points. I'd love to take questions if possible.
Thank you, Nathan. Are there any questions? So in your distribution,
yeah,
are you basically going around to the local bars and restaurants to distribute, or?
So originally, we were only allowed to self-distribute in Lincoln and Omaha. And we have a little, what I like to refer to as the Speedwagon. It's a little van that we use for distributing, and it's literally my wife and I doing it. She's an amazing salesperson, so we've seen immense growth within our distribution. Since October of last year, we then took over distribution basically everywhere east of Cozad. So we are covering a large territory. I can tell you that I say sometimes brewer at First Street Brewing because I spend more of my time on the road right now. And it's been great. We have amazing relationships with our retailers. And I think you'll hear that many of them are very pleased with being able to work with us directly. We've been able to bring them products that otherwise they weren't getting. I had a seasonal beer that we put out at the end of last year. It was Eileen's Monster Cookie Stout. We're very lucky to have Eileen's Cookies started in Hastings. And that beer sold out faster than any beer I've ever produced. And a big part of it is we were actually able to take it and put it in the hands of retailers who then helped us move it.
So in the beginning, you were only able to distribute to Lincoln and Omaha because that's where your beer wasn't being distributed.
Yes, we didn't have any kind of
Did you
contract.
lose your distributorship, or did you work out a deal with them?
We were released from contract. It was actually a very equitable conversation. I can't disparage them at all. They did a great job, and it just works out better for us to handle it ourselves.
All right, thank you very much. Oh, so Vice Chair Hughes.
All right, yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair. So are you hitting up to that 250 barrels a year yet, or?
No, we are getting closer every month. You know, that works out to a little over 20 barrels a month. And we are getting closer and closer each month to hitting that number. Especially if my wife has her way, we will hit that number quickly. And I imagine surpass it. And that is one of the difficulties. What happens when we hit that cap? We just have nowhere to go after that. And I imagine I would have some very angry retailers if I tell them, I'm sorry, I can no longer bring you that beer.
And at that point, if you do hit that cap, you do have to go with an actual distributor or whatever. That's kind of the.
The idea is that we build up to a place where they then see us as a viable
You're big
option.
enough for them.
Right. But you have to realize we're talking about a fraction of 4% of the entire market. Craft beer in Nebraska makes up less than 4% of the entire market. I am much smaller than many of the people you'll hear speak today. So it is a fraction of the amount that they normally distribute. We saw it when the shutdown occurred at the end of COVID, when things opened back up. We went to our distributor and said, okay, how do we get our stuff back out there? And they said, we know we haven't done a good job for you in the past, so we'd be willing to let you go so you can work with another distributor. I'm like, great. So I started having conversations with other distributors, and each of those conversations ended in them saying, we're not taking any new suppliers at this time. That's what led to me eventually writing a letter to the Liquor Control Commission and to the governor's office and proposing the idea of self-distribution. Because if nobody else wants to sell my beer, I'm more than happy to do it.
So I think that answers my question I asked Senator Vargas is self-distribution just started for the first time last year. It
August.
just got
Well, end of July.
Okay.
We didn't start until August just because we wanted to close our month cleanly.
Got you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So, on your deliveries then, are you delivering just a 6-pack to the places, or are you delivering?
It's usually in the
multiple
form
cases?
of cases of beer or sixtels or half-barrel kegs.
Okay.
And I think also the limit of 250 barrels when we discussed it last year was also about proving that we were capable of providing adequate reporting and making sure that we were following all guidelines. I can tell you that we have not had a single issue with our reporting. And actually, the Liquor Control Commission has talked to me about beta testing their new software.
Has any distributors now come back to you and said maybe, hey, you're reaching that 250 barrels, you're doing a good job distributing it, we'd like to take it over again?
Not at this time.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, proponents.
Hello.
Hello.
He's right. This is very intimidating. I'm not nearly as accomplished or as cool as Nate, but I will say on the scale that he gave, where his brewery's at, we're much smaller than that. So my name is Jessica Kraus, Jessica, last name Kraus, Kraus, and I am co-owner of Lost Way Brewery in Holdridge, Nebraska. My business has been open for about 5 years now. So in August, we were excited to be able to start self-distribution for the first time. We never had our beer outside of our tap room until we were able to do it ourselves. So huge, really exciting for us. Since August, we've added 11 accounts that we now have our beer in. That's stretching everywhere from Cozad, and we just got a couple of accounts here in Omaha. So of 9 of those 11 accounts are within a 45-minute radius of Holdridge. So really incredible for us to be able to take care of our own, kind of community. When I first started selling, I was approached by a local business that said, "We love your beer, we love your logo, we love everything that you guys are doing. And we would love the opportunity to work with you guys to do an exclusive beer." We thought, heck yeah, right? This is incredible. After looking at the volume that they were expecting to sell our beer at, it would be about 4 barrels a week. So you do the math on that. That would take us to about 208 barrels. And that's just through that one account. So unfortunately, we had to kind of be like, I'm not sure if this is something that we can do at this time. Number one, we're brand new to self-distribution. Number two, it's going to take us awfully close to that cap. And we just weren't prepared. And what happens when we meet that cap? Like you had said, we get to that point and then what? We've built up this brand and then we have to stop until the next year. So I'm excited, number one, that we have the opportunity to self-distribute. And I think adding or getting a bigger cap would be incredible for small breweries like us. If you guys have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Krause. Where is Lost Way at in Holdridge?
In Holdridge. Mhm.
Where at in Holdridge?
So right downtown Holdridge, right on 3rd and East Avenue. So pretty close to right downtown. Mm-hmm.
Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much for coming down. And you did a fine job.
Hello, my name is Corey Sinclair. It's CORYSINCLAIR. And I'm one of the owners of Backswing Brewing Company here in Lincoln. And I'm testifying as a proponent for LB 403 to increase the limit on self-distribution. First, I want to thank everybody for your time. And for those of you that were here last year for passing the law that allowed us to get some beer sold directly to retailers. And also that it's only in territories where we don't already have a distributor. So during COVID, our distributor in Omaha decided to release our brand as they did with the number of brands that they carried. And 2 years later, we've still been unable to find a new distribution partner in Omaha. This effectively blocks our products from Omaha retailers and blocks consumers access to our products in the Omaha area. So for the last 6 months, our brewery has been self-distributing solely in the Omaha market. And we're very grateful that we've been given the ability to get our products back into a few retail locations. However, at our current rate of sales, we'll most likely surpass the 250 barrel cap before the end of 2023, just selling in Omaha alone. 250 barrels basically allows us 645 gallons a month, and we have one retail location in Omaha that ordered 95 gallons from us just in February. At that rate, we can only sell our products to 6 retailers in the entire state and not to sell to any bars or restaurants without going over the 250 barrel cap. In Omaha alone, there's 11 Hy-Vee locations, and there's more opening soon. And so due to the cap, we haven't even dealt with Hy-Vee. We just started selling to our first Hy-Vee last week. The current limit, 250 barrels, also makes it impossible for us to hire any employees to help get our products to market. If we sell a keg at $165, the 250 barrel limit essentially caps the distribution revenue that a brewery can make at $82,000 per year. After the cost of the beer, that leaves you with $50,000, $60,000 to hire employees, buy a vehicle, purchase gas, pay for insurance, all the things that you need to do to get your product to the market. So the current limit makes self-distribution financially unsustainable, as any brewery will lose money if they hire a single employee to help out with the self-distribution effort. And anything less than 2,000 barrels is really a money-losing venture, is after you hire the employees that you need to sell in and deliver the product. Of the 38 states that allow breweries to self-distribute, Nebraska has by far the lowest distribution cap. I think the next lowest is South Dakota at 1,500 barrels. Colorado breweries have the ability to sell up to 10,000 barrels per year. And I think we just heard that Wyoming has now gone up to 30,000 barrels per year. All we're asking for is that we have the ability to sell half the volume that our neighboring state of Colorado, and a sixth of what is allowed in Wyoming. And our Nebraska wholesalers do operate in both of those states. And then I get also the minor changes with being able to use part-time employees that also have other jobs. And so like we can't tell I guess I'm out of time. So if anybody's got a question, I'd be happy to follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Sinclair. Are there any questions? Yes, Senator Brewer.
Well, I guess the way you described it, I'll get my voice here. The way you described it, it's really almost a hobby until you get to a certain point. I mean, you learn how to do it. You can make different batches, but if you want to do it and really have a business that has much chance of growing, you got to get above the 250 by quite a ways.
Right. Yeah. So right now it's just our two business partners that are out selling the beer, and one of them is doing the deliveries, and we're also trying to run a business, and we've got 2 tap rooms to run and a brewery to run, and we'd really love to be able to hire some employees, and we can't do that right now just because the math isn't there. I mean, if you talk to any of us that are doing this, it is impossible to hire a single employee and not go negative.
And then essentially what they become is you're their mentor, and you show them the ropes, and that's how you're able to sustain the business at a higher level as you increase the volume. And
yes, and we were before COVID, we were previously in all the Hy-Vees in Omaha, and we've still not been able to deal with them just because the 250 barrel cap is so restrictive that we looked at it and we were like, there's no way we can service 11 of these stores without any employees, and that would have taken up the entire 250 barrel cap just to deal with Hy-Vee.
All right, thank you.
So how big is your brewery then?
Well, we were doing about 750 barrels per year pre-COVID. Without the Omaha distribution, I believe we've been doing just under 400. I'd have to go back and look at what we did exactly last year with we started self-distributing in about September. So,
okay, so out of that 400, now you're probably gonna, but that was over a year period, right?
The 400, yeah.
Okay. All right, and so you're going after the Hy-Vees next, if you can raise this.
Yes, yeah.
Wouldn't it be better to find a distributor? Are they just unwilling to carry your beer? Or?
We've met with several of them over the last 2 years, and no one's been willing to take us on. If you do the math on it, it is more beneficial for you to use a distributor than it is to sell yourself, as long as they're selling as much beer as you could sell on your own. So yeah, it would be more beneficial to have a distributor and have them take care of the Hy-Vees for us. My business partners, like, we don't want to be in the distribution business. We've kind of been our hands been forced into this position. We'd rather be brewing beer and running our brewery. But until that time, if we get the cap raised, hopefully we get to a point where somebody is willing to pick up our brand again.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Sinclair. Next, roll call. Afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Cody Schmick, CODY SCHMICK.
I'm with Kincaid Brewing Company. Thank you to Senator Lowe and members of the General Affairs Committee for hearing us out today. We are currently not taking advantage of the self-distribution allotment that was given to us last year. We have great relationships with our distribution chain. We have 5 different distributors throughout the state that we work very, very closely with. And overall, we're very pleased with the relationship. I am a proponent today because I believe that in craft beer, everything is about growing new brands. We've all seen it. Brands have a life cycle in the grocery stores, in the liquor stores, at the bars and restaurants. I think that if we would do this, it would give new brands an incubation period, right? So if you take, we brew 50 beers a year. Our distributor does not carry all those beers. We don't even ask them to carry all those beers. They don't have room for them. Distributors are bursting at the seams with products right now. But the consumer is wanting new products, right? They are wanting to see innovation. They're wanting to see new things on the grocery store shelf. So if you take the 70 or so breweries that we have and you times it by 50 beers a year, that's 3,500 products. There's no way the distribution chain can handle that. They're going to pick your top sellers. They're going to pick your top 2 or 3, which is great. But what happens when those top 2 or 3 brands take a nosedive? And I guarantee you they will. All these guys behind me can tell you exactly which brands hit that peak and are coming back down off of that peak. Some of our beers have done that as well. Beers that I worked forever to grow and to brand and to get out there have taken a nosedive. That's just the cycle of it. So what I believe this will do is incubate those new brands to where they can be coming up. And as those other brands start falling off, we're going to have new exciting brands. If we stop this, I think we're going to kill creativity in the state. One of the guys before me testified about how every other state besides ours has this level of self-distribution. I think we have to have it and for this industry to go forward. If we don't give these guys the runway to be able to run their companies and their breweries the way that they see fit, I think we're going to see in the years to come as these beers fall off that ledge, nothing to back it up. And so that's why I'm here. We have not taken advantage of it at this point because the amount is so small. It's not worth it for us to hire a new person like these guys laid out those economics before. It's not worth it to hire a new person at this phase. We're hoping if it goes up, we can find some areas of Nebraska that we're currently not covering well and utilize this as a company. But I think as a whole, this industry needs this to grow. So that's why I'm asking for your support on this. Any questions, I'd be glad to answer.
All right, thank you, Cody.
Yeah.
Senator Brewer.
Well, first off, I had a chance just a few weeks ago to tour your facility in Broken Bow.
Yeah.
Very impressive.
Thanks.
You've got a twist that most folks don't have, and that's incredibly good food.
Yeah.
It was a regular evening, and it was, I don't know, 5:30, and it was packed. And
Yeah.
I was surprised in a small town like that, that time of the day you'd be that packed. So you're doing it right. But
thanks, Senator.
To the issue of the craft brewery, right now, how much volume-wise is Kincaid able to produce in a year, barrel-wise?
How much are we able to produce, or how much are we
How much
producing?
do you produce?
So we'll do between 5,000 and 6,000 barrels this year. So the current allotment is 250 barrels, just to give you a reference. So.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Yeah.
Yes, Vice Chair Hughes.
Thank you,
I'm
Chairman.
ready.
So to be considered a craft brewer,
Yeah.
you can max out at 20,000 barrels total.
Correct. Yes.
So, and you're saying you guys max out at 5,000 or 6,000?
That's what we're producing and selling right now.
Oh, yeah,
We've
right
grown
now.
each year, but yes, that's about where we're at.
And we're saying, like, if this would bump up to 5,000, I mean, so you're saying I could distribute 25% if I'm a craft brewer
Yeah.
of my product.
Yep.
And is that, and maybe it's just dependent on everyone, like what percent of your beer do you sell in-house versus what you distribute?
So we're
And
a little
I suppose
bit
it's different for everyone.
We're a little bit different because we took advantage of the 5 tap rooms. We are currently maxed out on those. So we have 6 locations where we're selling our beer that's owned and operated by us. But each business model is different on what they do. Like I said, some of these guys, their entire distribution is on that 250 barrels. We have not taken advantage of that yet.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hughes. Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Hello,
Oh,
my name is David Vanier, D-A-V-I-D, V-A-N-N-I-E-R, and I own the Casual Pint, which is a craft beer bar in Omaha. My wife and I have owned it for about 6 years, and our bar specializes in just craft beer. We do tap beer from around the world, but we specialize in regional and local beers. Retailers like us want to work directly with breweries and have the ability for them to easily deliver orders. We've experienced many positives so far. Since the law changed last year, we've started working with over 15 different breweries now that we've never had access to before. That's 15 breweries that our customers now get to enjoy, and we get to expose our customers to these breweries that they may want to visit in the future when they're traveling across Nebraska, and giving these smaller breweries a little more exposure than they would normally get. Another positive for self-distribution is this ease of working directly with breweries, because no one cares more about their business than these guys who are brewing this beer. I can be confident when I'm working with them that the order is going to come correctly and it's going to come on time. Usually the person I'm communicating with is the same person that picks these orders and the same person that delivers the beer, as you heard from some of the earlier folks. Maybe the most important positive is better communication and personal service with breweries. These major macro brands are the bread and butter for distributors, and to say the local breweries get lost in the shuffle is an understatement. When we are allowed to buy directly, breweries can fulfill those orders for important accounts, which helps retailers like us, giving us more options. A few of the challenges that I face as a retailer when working with distributors is inconsistent deliveries. This happens frequently where you'll place the order, something will get mispicked at the warehouse because the warehouses are huge. They have thousands of kegs that they're sifting through. We'll get a wrong beer. And that can have major impacts when we have an event going on. Because just recently we've had something that the event was on Wednesday. It took 3 days to coordinate with the distributor to get the correct beers. And when we did get those beers, when you get it the same day, the beer suffers because it's been shaken up in the delivery vehicle. It's usually a little warmer than it should be. The beer pours badly, and then that we, the retailer, suffers for that. And then the second situation is these specialty beers. We can talk with breweries all day about, hey, we would love to buy that beer from you, but if the distributor is not willing to warehouse, pick that beer for us, deliver that beer for us, sometimes just one keg, then that's definitely a hindrance. We can't get that keg because of that's standing in the way. So by increasing that volume, breweries are allowed to self-distribute, and expanding those options, that would be very helpful for a business like ours. Thanks for your time.
thank you, Mr. Vernier. Are there any questions? Senator Brewer.
What is considered to be the life of beer once you put it in a keg or in a can? Is there a date that it has to be sold by?
Yeah, so it kind of depends on what kind of beer they brewed, but all the kegs that we get, they have keg collars on them. They usually, by law, I assume, they have to tell us when it was brewed, and they will give us guidance on what they want their standards to be usually, but 6 months, sometimes longer.
So with larger distributors, is it a challenge keeping the stock fresh and rotated? That, I mean, because if you're not in my place, I'm going to put you where it's convenient and pick you up and move you whenever it's convenient. And I mean, who has kind of oversight? I mean, does the distributor decide when something ships and how often they move it around?
Absolutely. They should be the first ones in charge of that and be watching it. And that situation's come up in the past, but that doesn't happen as often as you would think.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Brewer. Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again. My name is Cindy Chatt, CINDY-CHATT, and I own the Chatterbox Brews in Tacoma. Thank you all, Senator Lowe, for having this hearing, and everyone else for being in attendance. Chatterbox Brews is about an hour north of Omaha. We're a farm to table restaurant. We focus on as much local as we can, and that's everything from our food to the beers that we serve. We have 10 beers on tap, and a lot of the time, 8 or 9 of those are from local craft breweries here in Nebraska or right across the border in Iowa. We are, like I said, about 45 minutes from Omaha, about 45 minutes from Sioux City. Restaurants like mine depend on out-of-towners to come and visit and to keep the money flowing, keep it viable. Being able to have a wide selection of beers on tap is one of the things that's a draw. In my area, we were the first restaurant to have a lot of craft beers on tap and to serve them, and I didn't know how it would go. Our grand opening, we had 10 beers on tap. By the end of the day, I had 1 keg left, and it was a stout. But so it's taken off, and it's been a great thing and a draw to the area. And when people from Omaha or bigger cities come in, they are shocked to see what's on tap. Where this bill is important to me is I can't always get the specialty products that would come from, the other the breweries across the state. I have great relationships with the breweries themselves, but I have to ask them to tag a special keg, get it to then the distributor has to pick it up, and then I have to get it. Communicate the relationship that I have with the brewery is good, but it gets lost along the way. Sometimes I get the keg, sometimes I get them 2 months later, sometimes, I get 3 of them. So it would help me in my business being able to have a wider variety of special selections and even new breweries that I can't get through my current distributors today. I liked yellow, so I'm getting nervous, but I will go ahead and let you guys ask any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Chat. Are there any questions for her? Seeing none, how many taps do you have on now? Do you
I
still have 10?
I have 10. Yep. And like I said, it's all craft beer. I just opened another. We've been open at Chatterbox for 6 years. I just opened another little bar across the street, and I have 4 taps over there, again, with all craft beer. So it's just trying to bring it to the smaller markets, and it's taking off.
Are you creating an entertainment district of your own?
Kind of. Except for we have a highway that goes through town, so I can't really do anything about that, I don't think.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Hello again. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Vanessa Silk, VANESSA I'm the attorney and registered lobbyist for the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild. One, for everyone who's returning to the committee, a few of you, a couple of you, thank you for all of your work in the past sessions. I know that whether it's stepwise or by leaps and bounds, we're going to continue to work with you to offer the opportunity for this industry to grow in Nebraska. And I've talked about this on our first hearing day. Everything that my clients do within this group is dictated by statute, whether it's federal or state law. And so this question I get sometimes is, well, why are you ringing beer bills every single year? Well, it's because until we get that leverage to actually grow a business, if it doesn't say you can do it in statute, we've got to come back to you and ask you to change the statute. It's different from a lot of other examples that you've had from testifiers earlier today, like restaurants being able to go and get backup food supplies from a grocery store in a way that they can't get alcohol. We're looking for that same type of flexibility. But a couple legal things that I want to point out, and then I will take any questions that you might have. One thing that's really important, that was a big question when we first passed this, was what about enforcement and regulation? This is new, this is different. What's going to happen? One, Hobie Roop is here, so you can ask him about the record of compliance that my clients have. And two, no matter what, all of my clients are subject to the full police power of the state. That's really important. They are subject at all times to audits by the State Patrol or the Liquor Control Commission or anyone else in the local police area that might be involved that has a question or even an anonymous complaint. I've had clients where that has occurred and they've had to show that they have everything in line. And so the idea that they would somehow be skirting the law or tax laws to get through this doesn't really make sense in this context. I've got two other points, then I'll take questions from you as well. These benefits this increase not only benefits breweries that don't have a distributor, it squarely benefits those, like Cody described, where their distributor has unilaterally dropped their brands. So they're only going to take the 3 top selling brands. What do you do with the rest? You've got to self-distribute. The last thing that I want to make sure is that the committee knows that I'll continue to work with Senator Vargas and with each one of you to find ways that we can grow this industry in a way that still covers health and safety issues and still accommodates tax collection. I think we're fine with expanding this without raising either one of those issues, and we welcome any questions you have.
Thank you, Ms. Selk. Are there any questions? 5,000 barrels. How many craft brewers now make 5,000 barrels?
I'd have to pull the numbers. There's over 70 of them, and this is, I can get you the numbers. The short answer is I'll get them for you. However, one thing that gets lost in where were they at last year, where are they at this year, is how are they going to grow? And I think that's a more important question to focus on is, yes, there's quite a few that are under that 5,000 cap, but it's just like when we argued to get 5 locations, you've got to invest in a brewing system. You're going to do that differently if you know you can expand locations than if you're trapped in that one spot. This is that same concept. There's this opportunity for expansion, for new employees, and for new markets that happens if you've got a cap, even if it's above your total production at this time. It gives you that lead time to make investments, make choices, hire employees, and open new accounts, which we don't have right now because 250 is pretty tight for anyone that might take advantage of it. It's welcome. We're happy to have it to start, but we need more, and we hope to work with you to accomplish that.
Okay. Can you get us the list?
Yes, I will get you the full committee, the list of everybody.
Thank you.
Okay.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other proponents? Seeing none. Opponents?
Chairman Lowe, members of the General Affairs Committee. My name is Joe Cohout, Joe and I appear before you today as registered lobbyist on behalf of our client, the Associated Beverage Distributors of Nebraska. ABDN is a trade association of the 17 family-owned beer distributors that employ hundreds of family, friends, and neighbors across the state to provide choice and variety to retailers and consumers when it comes to beer and other beverage choices. Mr. Chairman, I would ask that my testimony today also be placed on the record for the Nebraska Liquor Wholesalers. Mr. Brady had to leave due to another commitment. I thank you for the opportunity to express the views of our members and their employees in opposition to LB 403. Just over 1 year ago, this committee received testimony on 2 bills introduced by the current chairman of this committee. Those 2 bills were LB 1235 and LB 1236. Both sought to create a mechanism for the self-distribution of beer manufactured by Nebraska craft brewers. The hearing of both those bills was held on January 31st, 2022. Those of you who were on the committee at the time recall that the hearing on these 2 measures went on for a few hours and had multiple testifiers in both opposition and support. Following the hearing, through negotiations conducted by Senator Lowe, both sides agreed to a compromise that ultimately passed as part of a package. That package included not just an amended form of self-distribution, but also contained the provisions of 2 other bills, LB 899 dealing with the fees set for SDLs, and LB 900 that extended the current privilege for self-brewers to have for craft brewers to have 5 physical locations in the state to micro distilleries so that they could seek to grow in a similar manner to those craft breweries. The amendment crafted by this committee in the form of AM 1986 to LB 1236 was the fruit of compromise over 2 weeks during this short session. Neither side was completely happy with what was ultimately adopted by this committee and ultimately passed on a 46-03 vote of the legislature, but that's what compromise is. Neither side getting everything they want. Now before you is LB 403, a bill that would seek to undo 2 key parts of that compromise. First, it would increase the self-distribution threshold from 250 barrels to 5,000 barrels, a 20-fold increase in the amount. What the committee heard last year was that very small brewers were having difficulty getting to market and that this was an issue that the Liquor Control Commission wanted to address as well. A small threshold is what we were comfortable with then and now, and what the bill did. That was one part of the compromise. The second issue that this seeks to undo is the utilization of vehicles owned by a craft brewery. This was another key part of that compromise reached last year. Finally, Mr. Chairman and members, LB 1236 granting self-distribution was enacted in April of 2022 with an effective date of July 2022. This bill hasn't even been in effect for a year. We have not even seen a year of the impact. We encourage you to give LB 1236 of 2022 more time to be able to do what it was intended to, allow small craft brewers to get to market. Thank you for your time. I'll try to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Cohout. Vice Chair Hughes.
Thank you, Chairman. Thanks for coming in, Mr. Cohout. So you heard some of the testifiers say that they've got, I can't even remember, I call them SKUs, but how many different kinds of beer, and that their distributors really aren't that interested in taking these smaller craft brewers with all their, different flavors. How can that be then addressed? Because it sounds like some of the distributors don't really want to deal with some of these littler craft brewers. You know what I mean?
And Senator, I appreciate that. What I'm happy to do is to find out some more information on those, because I think what I heard here today was a little bit of the comment that we were either released and no one else wants to pick us up, and we're happy to do that. Just a little bit, some of those folks may have been a negotiated release of their contract. It may have been a situation where the beer just wasn't selling and we didn't want to hold them to those contracts. So that's what happens in those circumstances. I'm happy to track down and work with our members to try to get answers to those questions.
But is there something that let's say prior to this, I want my beer distributed. I'm Bottle Rocket. I want my beer distributed, and a distributor won't pick me up. What am I supposed to do? Too bad I can't sell it at Pack and Save in Seward.
And I think those were the circumstances, frankly, Senator, I think as time has gone on, where we now have 70 craft brewers in the state of Nebraska.
It's grown.
It's grown, right? And so that's become an issue for us as well. That is why we were willing to come to the table in part on what became LB 1236 last year, was because of those issues with those smaller beers coming to market. That's part of why we were willing to negotiate on that, because what we heard at that time is, hey, we're small, we want to get to market, we're having a tough time finding a distributor. We said, okay, we think there should be some guidelines in which you come into the self-distribution marketplace. And that's what LB 1236 ultimately did.
And then, if it's okay, one more question. I was surprised by the other states how high theirs goes. Even because we define craft brewery as 20,000 barrels production.
Correct.
And Montana does 60,000 barrels. So I guess that's beyond. They're not a craft brewer anymore.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with and Senator, with respect, I don't know what Wisconsin or what Wyoming's law of what other provisions may exist in their statutes.
Okay. Well, it just sounds like there's information on both sides.
I would just be cautious of only taking one part of the picture, because and I would even say one slices of information. Sure. Even on self-distribution limits, we might not know what other components exist in their law for that. So, and I'm just not.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hughes. Any other questions? LB 1236 last year. You weren't even really happy with the 250 barrels, were you?
We could have lived with zero, but we didn't, right? I mean, it's, yeah.
So it was a compromise. It got the ball rolling, and everybody is kind of okay with that still at this time.
That's correct.
Okay, except for the craft brewers, of course. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chairman Lowe, members of the committee, my name is Rich Otto, R-I-C-H-O-T-T-O. I'm here on behalf of the Nebraska Grocery Industry Association and the Nebraska Petroleum Marketers and Convenience Store Association. in opposition to LB 403. I know you've heard a lot of it, upping it from 250 to 5,000. Long story short, the grocers do not oppose the 250 or moving it from 2 to 5 for the number of tap rooms. The concern here is basically coming, well, first of all, we all work in the 3-tier system. I do have sympathy for the craft breweries that can't find distributors. That is the frustrating aspect. And so that needs to be worked out. But doing the quick math from some of the breweries, 70 breweries up to 3,500 SKUs, I'm hearing thousands of SKUs that are coming to grocery stores that are not going to be funneled through a distributor, and the work that that's going to put on our grocery store employees. And so really that is the concern. We want everyone to work within the 3-tier system. I heard a lot of testimony saying, basically, I can't distribute to grocery stores. I want to be able to distribute all of my beer to grocery stores. We think in those examples, they should be going through a distributor. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? All right, Vice Chair Hughes.
Thank you. Sorry, I probably asked too many questions. Couldn't, like, then if you're a grocery store that don't want to deal with that, wouldn't they just say no?
It still takes time. I think the perfect example was the one through a distributor had Hy-Vee. Now that they're on their own, they don't. So maybe there's a correlation with having the stores and being through a distributor. I don't know. But yes, you're right, Senator. We can say no.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you. Are there other? Mr. Barney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Adam Barney, ADAMBARNEY. I am here to talk about the Dormant Commerce Clause. For those non-lawyers on the committee and the lawyers on the committee who tried their best to forget it after the bar exam, a quick refresher. The Dormant Commerce Clause invalidates state laws that discriminate against out-of-state actors unless the state can show a legitimate local purpose for the discrimination. In other words, you have to have a good reason to treat out-of-state actors different from in-state actors, and it is considered a high bar for defending that discrimination. This has been a hot topic in the alcohol world in recent years. In 2005, the United States Supreme Court struck down 2 different states' laws under the Dormant Commerce Clause, laws that had allowed in-state wineries to sell wine directly to consumers, but prohibited out-of-state wineries from doing the same. If it sounds familiar, it should. In 2019, the United States Supreme Court struck down a Tennessee law that required retailers to live in the state for 2 years to get a license to sell alcoholic beverages. The self-distribution law in this state, passed last session, likely already violates the Dormant Commerce Clause. Self-distribution is limited under current law to those in-state actors that hold a craft brewery license. An Omaha craft brewery, under the current law, can self-distribute its products to Nebraska retailers. An identical craft brewer across the river just miles away in Council Bluffs cannot. That is, on its face, discrimination. At 250 barrels annually, is it, quote, enough discrimination to prompt the time and effort of a federal lawsuit? I don't know. As Mr. Cohout pointed out, we are less than 1 year into the current law, and there have been no apparent issues at this stage. To be clear, ABDN is not pushing for repeal of the current self-distribution law. Last year's bill was carefully negotiated and considered by this committee. It served a purpose of helping establish Nebraska brands in communities in which they do not have a presence to grab that presence. LB 403 is no longer aimed at that purpose. It proposes an increase to the self-distribution cap that exceeds the annual production of nearly all of the craft brewers in this state. Senator Lowe, to your question to Ms. Silk, I believe from the 2021 numbers, there are only 4 of the 70 craft brewers in this state that exceed the 5,000 limit. That may have changed over 2022. I know Glacial Till was close to being number 5. We're happy to provide that breakdown to the committee. So happy to answer any questions on the fabulous Dormant Commerce Clause, but we have concerns with this bill, obviously.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Barney. Vice Chair Hughes.
You can call me Senator Kavanaugh because I think I'm asking more questions than him now. So, so you're saying this dormant commerce clause. What about like Montana, 60,000 barrels a year, Tennessee? I mean, all the other states that do way more than 250.
Sure. And so the question is, in Montana, does Montana allow out-of-state actors to self-distribute as well? Or they only
We
allow?
do not.
Because we do not. You can ask Mr. Roop, I think he's following me. Out-of-state craft brewers under the commission's interpretation of the statute are not allowed to self-distribute. And so we are, under the state, discriminating between in-state and out-of-state. And that's the issue. It's not a volume.
Yeah.
But to, and maybe try again on your question to Mr. Cohout on what do we do when some of these craft brewers want to sell? Well, they self-distribute, right? If they want to sell these SKUs that are maybe a smaller SKU, they self-distribute. And when you enter into these agreements between a supplier/brewer and a distributor, you can approach it in one of two ways. You can define the agreement to say, we're going to do all of craft brewer X's brands, no matter what. Or you could draft it up and say, we're only going to do crafts A, B, and C, brands A, B, and C. And that's all that distribution agreement covers. So if they've got a specialty brand that, I mean, there's enough demand for the top three brands, they use a distributor. If there's a specialty brand that they want to get out and they can't get the distribution partner to sign up, that's when the self-distribute comes into play. That's when the 250 barrels comes into play. But that's why we have this limit.
But they're saying that some won't even take any.
Some won't take any what?
Like a distributor won't take any of their, none.
Sure, and that's why the 250 comes into place, right? And if you look at the numbers, and again, we'll send over at least the 2021 numbers from where we're at here. Those craft brewers, I think all but one here that spoke here today, their production number is basically the cap for self-distribution, give or take of some percentage points, okay? So they're asking, right now, the bill says you can self-distribute all of your production for those who testified. Again, there's a little bit of wiggle room there. But they're not self-distributing all they produce, right? They've got their brew pubs, they've got their tap rooms. That's taking up a substantial part of that number. But once they start getting that traction, maybe they go out and maybe they get that account, then that's the time that they go in and they tell the distributor, listen, this brand's working, right? We've sold this thing. Come check it out. We don't think you're having any trouble selling it. That's when those conversations need to happen of let's put the distributorship into place, because I think as the first testifier said, they don't want to distribute, right? I mean, we need to find a way to get these into the successful relationships that we know exist, can get the craft brewers focusing on what they can do best, craft brewing beer, and get our members focusing on distributing beer, promoting beer. That's what we do.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? So the dormant commerce laws,
Dormant commerce clause, yep.
I'm not an attorney and I didn't sleep at a Holiday Inn Express. So thank you for explaining that. Has this been discussed about the self-distribution and other things besides craft brewers here in the state? You know,
As far as
like the wineries or the liquor distributorships?
I don't know. And I was brought in and retained after last session, and so I'm not familiar with that, but it's certainly an issue. And I mean, you look at in 2005 in the United States Supreme Court opinion, it for New York, it was New York and another state, I can't remember. It specifically addressed the issue of in-state and out-state wineries shipping directly to consumers in that scenario as opposed to retailers. But it's a topic that you should be aware of. And I think the concern is that once you find a dormant commerce clause violation, the courts can go one of two ways. They can just knock down the law and say nobody gets to self-distribute, or they can say everybody gets to self-distribute, right? And so then you've got the craft brewers from outside of Nebraska, somebody underneath 20,000 barrels, which is you've got big producers, but the vast majority by numbers around the country are less than 20,000. Then you've got the Liquor Control Commission needing to audit and make sure tax compliance exists for all these out-of-state things. So if a court were to find the Dormant Commerce Clause is violated and orders the state to allow out-of-state producers to self-distribute, that's a major, major issue.
All right, thank you.
Sorry.
Vice Chair Hughes or Senator Kavanaugh?
Sure. So then now you just said that, and that made me lead to another question. So if we have a liquor commission here in the state of Nebraska, and so we say that our own Nebraska entities can self-distribute because our liquor commission has authority over them, if you will. If we would open it up to the guy across the road in Council Bluffs, we have no authority over that. So that would be an issue, right?
That's one.
So
of,
how could you make that work?
how could the state of Nebraska?
We'd have no power over if they come in and don't do it correctly or whatever. There's nothing we can do.
The state of Nebraska could pass laws that regulate how out-of-state actors work here.
We have too many laws.
There are ways that it could happen. That's just not the current statutory scheme.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. Any other questions? Seeing none.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other in the opposition?
Good afternoon or evening, depending upon what time it is. I'm not sure. And of course, the day after daylight savings times, I'm always confused anyway. My name is Hobart Roop, Hobert Rupe, Executive Director of the Liquor Control Commission. And as stated earlier, we were in strong support last year of the bill, which ended up getting passed for compromise. We thought there were very small breweries did not have access. We were getting complaints. We thought there was a legitimate way to attempt to do that. There were numbers thrown around last year of all sorts of different levels, and the committee at that time decided to go with 250. They thought it was good. Here's probably why, because sometimes you want to know who's got the numbers. Ask the guy who collects the taxes. 72 licensed craft breweries in 2022 filed reports. Of those, 39 had less than 250 barrels in total production. 4 had more than 5,000. That's what the numbers are. And so, that was the numbers from last year. That's how the ballot barrels worked. One thing I will say, and I want to commend both the wholesale and the craft breweries industry, as July rolled around last year, I've never seen a more amicable change in letting out contracts and trying to letting people reposition. I got no blowback, it was actually, there was peace in the valley. I mean, okay, we know here's the new rules, here's what we're going to do. And everybody was playing by with them. The wholesalers, if somebody wanted to get out of their contract from everything I got back, they were more than amicable to allow them to do that, go down the self-distribution chain. So I want to commend both the wholesalers and the craft breweries for that, because I was somewhat trepidatious as July rolled around, but actually all my fears came for naught in that regard. We've been tracking these really since August. This has not even been a full year yet. We don't know what the implications are going to be, how it's going to come out yet. Our commission here is, Mike said, when we come in here to say basically what I've said is, everybody was good last year as it rolled out. Let's maybe give this a little time before we got to come back and start tweaking it again. Because this was a major change. We allowed the craft breweries to start self-distributing, and so far a lot of them are doing it. And those who aren't are generally the bigger guys who aren't going to need it. And so with that, I'd be happy answering technical questions.
Thank you, Director Rowe. Are there any questions?
And what I'll do, Chairman, tomorrow when I get back to the office, I'll forward over an Excel spreadsheet, which will have for 2022, which will have a per month listing by each of the craft breweries, and we've broken down in both gallonage and in total barrels.
Thank you, because I think the last one I have is 2021, so,
Yep, we got 2022 now.
okay.
So,
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
No, I don't.
All right. Any others in opposition? Is there anybody in the neutral? Seeing none. Senator Vargas. Oh, letters. 403.
Vice Chairman.
Thank you. There were 3 proponents, 1 opponent, and 0 neutral. Thank you.
All right, how's everybody feeling? I know it's getting late or later. Chairman, members of the General Affairs Committee, I appreciate you. I got a couple of things I want to make sure to get on the record. But I want to start out by thanking this committee for multiple things. One, for the work that was done this previous year. For some of the new senators, there are issues we continually take up. There are groups we continually work with, some on opposing sides on different issues, but not opposing sides on the subject matter. And the negotiation that was made last year, which was from this committee, and was very, very important. I'll also say that we also don't have the benefit of time anymore. If you look around this committee, half of us are going to be gone within the next 2 years, right? Chairman, Senator Brewer, myself, we are not going to be here. In the age of term limits, the time that we have to actually solve problems and be proactive about not being reactive takes a toll on us, and we only have this 90-day session to actually focus on these things. I've largely been working on issues of barriers in front of businesses and small businesses, because I want to make sure that, look, in my district in Omaha, I'm seeing this rise of what happens when we have small businesses that are growing, specifically breweries. I have a large concentration of them in my district, but I'm also speaking on behalf of a lot of these smaller businesses that are trying to find their footing. Look, a negotiation is negotiation. Last year, it was negotiated to try to do something. But I do appreciate the leadership of this committee for doing that. But as we know from senators, that doesn't stop us from continuing to push the envelope and actually address the real problem we have, which is, how do we grow our state? How do we grow Nebraska? How do we stay competitive? How do we make sure that small businesses become bigger businesses and we are staying ahead of the curve, not reactively behind the curve? The reason why I gave you the numbers on self-distribution and the amount of barrels is for you to get the picture of, we may still be behind the curve even when we pass something that was negotiated. Even when we hear the term negotiated, that doesn't mean that was in the best interests of Nebraskans. I think we heard from some of the opponents that they could have lived with 0. Didn't matter if the economic impact was better for the state, they could have still lived with 0 barrels. That perception is not what I'm standing in front of you. You as senators get to decide whether or not 5,000 is right. And that is a number. It's something saying it's arbitrary. It's a number. It could be less, it could be more. The vision of this committee is whether or not we want that number of the percent of small breweries in Nebraska to have more than just 250 barrels per year. And that percentage to be a lot higher when all of us are going to be gone from this committee and new senators, and we're taking up the new problem, which is how can we continue to grow Nebraska and for small businesses and for communities across the state? That's the reason why we bring these types of bills. We can't stop. You heard from some of the business owners behind us. This is not just on one end either. We heard from Chatterbox and Casual Pint that they are looking to grow. These are smaller communities across our state. They're not small in stature. They're trying to meet a need. You described it, Senator Brewer, when you were even going to, one of the breweries and you're surprised by how many people are there. It's because they become a lifeline in communities. And for smaller communities, hearing from Chatterbox saying that they want the ability to be more nimble, and this allows them to grow, largely because if more individuals are self-distributing and they can meet a bigger demand. You heard from different smaller breweries that they didn't anticipate even getting up to 250. And some of them are going to be up to that cap here by the end of the year. So what do we do? This is a great problem to have. I was writing down, I was hearing like, this is a great problem to have. The free market has enabled the business to grow and demand to grow within a small amount of time. These are real numbers. So what do we do about it? That's what this bill is about. I'm asking you to increase the limit, not because it's, and this is my opinion, well, I'm not seeking to do any negotiations. The market and communities and this business sector is seeking to grow and demands for us to do more. That's what I'm asking you to do. Hearing nobody is willing to take me on, I don't care what scenario, if you are a business and that is the scenario you were put in, that is a difficult scenario to be put in. That you can't grow because nobody is willing to take you on. And I also want to make it clear that this isn't about antagonism or enemies. We heard from some individuals that said, I have good relationships with my distributors. It makes better business sense for me to continue to be in that way. But it also doesn't make sense for me to stop us from growing this and allowing others to operate in a different way for their business model. This level of freedom and free market within this industry is very, very important to me. The last thing I'm just going to ask you is, one of the reasons why I'm bringing this bill is because it frustrates me when we are thinking so reactively, have an opportunity to think more proactively about this. And I'm not saying that this is ever going to stop. We're going to be gone in a couple of years, and the next committee is going to continue to have conversations on what the new limit might be on everything. We did this with the barrels for production for distilleries just last year. My ask to you is, what should we be doing to stay ahead of the curve so that we maintain competitiveness across the country and the Midwest? And it's clear that doing nothing, maybe not 5,000, I don't know what the right number is, but staying at 250 is clearly just not going to cut it. And staying there is just telling everybody that negotiations matter a lot more than whether or not the market and the free market in this industry in Nebraska is demanding for us to do better. With that, I'm happy to answer your questions, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Senator Vargas. Vice Chair Hughes.
Sorry. I'm going to change. We never talked about the other bullet here, which you added common carrier for distribution. So does that mean I can throw something into UPS and send it somewhere?
No.
I don't know what that means.
But I'm happy to work on both of these aspects. I mean, this was something that I know was also one, agreed upon component from last year's negotiation.
Agreed upon was you use your own car or van or whatever.
That was my understanding. I wasn't part of those.
And but as I'm saying, when you say common carrier, you mean you could have UPS ship it? Or?
No, I think the issue is with having people that are part-time. Some employees have more than one job.
Part-time delivery service.
Yeah. So that was the issue that I remember.
Senator Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To your point, Tony, when I was sitting at Ken Cater's a couple weeks ago, I just did a kind of a quick count, and I could count 2 cooks in the back, 2 bartenders, we had hostess in front, and half a dozen waitresses. In a town of a couple thousand people, that's a big deal. And then add to that the fact there was probably 40 or 50 people in the different rooms scattered about eating. So, if we're doing things that hinders their ability to sustain what they have or have any hope of expanding, we probably need to think that through.
Well, I agree with you. And I think what we heard from Ken Cater is the legislation that we changed to allow for more of the, I don't know, I can't remember the term, but it's like the beer gardens, right? That's already enabled, and I guarantee you that the best problem we have is if we have to keep increasing that to 10 or 15 or 20. That is a good problem to have, especially when we're talking about, and I used to be chair of the planning committee, when we talk about the depopulation in communities that are not in Lancaster or in Sarpy or in Douglas County, we need to make sure that we're growing communities as much as possible. And that means maintaining this. Well, that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Senator Brewer and Senator Vargas. Any other questions? Seeing none, that closes 403. And wait, we're going to take a 10-minute break, convenience break. My staff has been sitting here since, well, according to that clock, 12:30. So I'm all screwed up. So if you don't mind, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll meet back here at 6 or 7 o'clock.
We'll get a little snack.